Chapter 743. Mo Luo Clan, Chaos of Immortals and Demons in the Dark Depths of the Universe. Bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, entwining and spreading. Faintly, a colossal entity was advancing, accompanied by lightning. The massive scales that resembled mountains reflected a cold, icy light. On the other end of the universe, countless meteorites gathered into a meteorite belt. Zhu Shi and a dozen cultivators stood on one of the meteorites, looking into the depths of the void, all frowning. What is that? The aura is so terrifying. It must have at least reached the level of a heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. It seems to be tearing apart the universe? Could it be that the battle for the Son of Heaven is about to start? The cultivators around Zhu Shi whispered to each other, all very tense. Since the unification of the Taiwei Great World, the Holy Court's main focus had been preparing for the battle, anticipating the inevitable struggle for the Son of Heaven. Today, they suddenly sensed an uninvited guest arriving in the Taiwei Great World, so they came to observe the situation. The Taiwei Great World also had immortal gods guarding it. As long as those immortal gods were not disturbed, it meant that the Taiwei Great World had not faced an apocalyptic disaster. What they needed to do was to prepare countermeasures in advance. Zhu Shi stared intently at the giant entity at the end of the void, wondering why its aura seemed somewhat familiar to her. There was one person, however, who saw through the origin and identity of this colossal entity. Guwen 70,000 years had passed since Guwen taught and Zizai the second palm of the myriad supreme palm. Today, he was wandering through a city in the Taizong dynasty when he suddenly sensed that mysterious creatures were continuously invading the 3,000 great worlds. So he looked up. This demon and the demon god body have similar blood and flesh aura. Mo Luo Clan, Mo Luo Qilin, SAR the Novel Fire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen looked at the mysterious demonic creature infiltrating the Taiwei Great World and quickly calculated its cause and effect. The Mo Luo clan comes from the edge of the Great Tao and is somewhat causally linked to chaos evil demons. There are countless forms within the Mo Luo clan. The demon god bodies crafted by the immortal gods are derived from the flesh and blood of the Mo Luo clan. And now, the mysterious creatures invading the 3,000 great worlds also come from the Mo Luo clan, known as Mo Luo Qilin. These Mo Luo Qilin are all bound by invisible heavenly Tao lock chains. Their purpose is to station themselves within the Great Thousand Worlds. From a macro perspective, Guwen saw that not all Great Thousand Worlds had Mo Luo Qilin, only half of them did. It appeared that this was a tactic of a certain Son of Heaven, deploying forces in advance. Guwen deduced that the Son of Heaven manipulating the Mo Luo Qilin was the Great Immortal Divine Yuan. The Great Immortal Divine Yuan relied on the combined forces of the Mo Luo clan and the native cultivators of the Great World, while Xin Yuan Human Venerable depended more on the heavenly soldiers and generals. In the future, when the two sides clashed, it would bring chaos between immortals and demons to the 3,000 great worlds. Guwen quickly halted his deductions, wanting to leave some suspense for the future. Although the celestial spirit great world was not under the call of the sons of heaven, it was also part of the 3,000 great worlds and could not avoid catastrophe. At that time, the various sects would have to resist invaders from other great worlds and even face the havoc caused by demonic creatures and heavenly soldiers. At that time, Guwen would also send out his Wuxia disciples for training. Mere secluded cultivation was not enough. Even for Guwen, having undergone numerous lifespan reincarnations, he had accumulated battle experience unimaginable to ordinary people. Then, Guwen withdrew his gaze and continued to walk down the streets of the human world. This city in the human world had cultivators, with the highest realm reaching the nascent soul realm, but it was still mostly inhabited by mortals. The streets were lined with various vendors, and it was the flower season, with numerous petals floating in the air, mingling with a special fragrance that was refreshing and delightful. As he walked, Guwen noticed a group of children chasing and beating a small black dog. The dog's fur was dirty and matted, and it was limping, but the children found it amusing. Passers-by, though some glanced over, did not intervene. No one cared about the safety of a stray dog, thinking that children under 10 couldn't possibly harm it fatally. Guwen initially did not pay attention, but the small black dog ran towards him, surprising him somewhat. Although he hadn't concealed his aura or presence, the small black dog choosing him was a kind of fate. The small black dog ran up to him, circling behind his legs, and the children coming after it stopped in their tracks, looking at him timidly. Guwen's clean and elegant attire made him look unlike a common person, so the children naturally didn't dare offend him. The older children exchanged glances, then turned and ran, with the other children quickly following suit. Whimpering, the small black dog leaned against Guwen's boot, whimpering pitifully. Guwen glanced at it and then continued walking. The small black dog stayed in place for a moment, then limped to follow Guwen and didn't pay it any mind and continued his stroll. By dusk, he left the city, and the small black dog still followed, though it looked extremely exhausted, stumbling as it walked. After leaving the city, Guwen entered the woods, and the distance between him and the small black dog gradually increased. Unknown time passed, and the small black dog finally couldn't hold on, collapsing on the ground, its eyelids growing heavy. It struggled to open and close its eyes. Seeing Guwen squatting before it, an unusual light flickered in its eyes. "Since you have such perseverance, I will help you shed your mortal form. But I hope you do not become what you now fear and despise." Guwen's voice reached the small black dog's ears. Though it was ignorant, these words etched deeply into its heart. Drowsiness surged like a tide, quickly dragging its consciousness into darkness. Night fell. Guwen returned to his courtyard. Shenzhen, unusually, was not meditating before the artifact refining cauldron but lay on the rocking chair where Guwen usually lounged, reading a book. Seeing Guwen return, she glanced at him and asked, "You seem to be in a good mood?" I did a good deed today, saved a little dog," Guwen said with a smile, but these words made Shenzhen feel awkward. With his immense cultivation level, capable of saving all living beings in an instant, now simply saving a dog could make him so happy. Shenzhen always felt she understood Guwen well, but sometimes she felt she didn't understand him at all. Perhaps her Tao practice was still insufficient, or maybe something more profound happened during the process of saving the dog. Guwen ignored her and went straight into the room. The moon set and the sun rose, day after day. The Taoist field of the beginningless remained untroubled by worldly affairs. A year outside was like a day inside. Another 1,000,000 years passed. On this day, after picking medicinal herbs, Guwen returned to the Taoist field of the beginningless. Midway up the mountain, he saw fourth-generation disciples gathered together, discussing the affairs of the world. They talked about a great demon that had unified half of the human world, a demon calling itself the Demon Emperor with a grand following, unsettling the 9 sects of the human world. It was said that the 9 sects were debating whether to eliminate this demon. This demon had not committed any evil deeds, but the gathered power of the demon race under it posed a significant threat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744. The destiny of the Son of Heaven. The Demon Emperor, who is renowned throughout the world, is precisely the little black dog that Guwen saved 1,000,000 years ago. He conducts himself with integrity, never bullying the weak, nor harming the human race, so his reputation is excellent. Not only does the demon race respect him, but many human race cultivators also admire him. Thus, the 9 major sects don't dare to act rashly. They must have a legitimate reason. All 9 sects of the world adhere to the righteous Tao. Acting in the name of the righteous Tao requires a justification, especially for matters like waging war and taking lives, which must have an unavoidable reason. Wuxia the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen listened to the disciples' discussions and already foresaw the fate of the Demon Emperor. In a few years, the 9 major sects would suppress him, sealing him beneath a certain great mountain and dispersing his demon race forces. However, this would also sow the seeds of a future great war between the demon race and the human race in the celestial spirit great world. In the long years that followed, the demon race would continuously produce outstanding talents, one after another, attempting to rescue the demon emperor. This would leave behind many well-known legends, widely circulated even among the human race. Although the demon emperor's future would be bitter, this had nothing to do with Guwen. A mere acquaintance was not enough for Guwen to consider him as one of his own. If he were to intervene again, it would be unfair to all living beings in the world. Guwen allowed himself to have selfish intentions, but these intentions could not be misused. In fact, whenever he encountered people or events he couldn't tolerate during his travels, he would intervene. He wasn't the kind of great power who stayed aloof from matters that didn't concern him. As long as it didn't affect the destiny of a place, he would help those in suffering, whether humans or demons. Guwen continued forward without disturbing the disciples. He walked up the mountain and returned to his courtyard. An Exian was rarely there, discussing the path of cause and effect with Shinjin. Seeing Guwen return, an Exian immediately approached and said, "Master, if the fourth-generation disciples want to go out and train, should we allow it?" The earliest fourth-generation disciples had been cultivating in the Taoist field of the beginningless for millions of years and had already reached the Zizai immortal realm. But without Guwen's order, the disciples didn't dare to go out, nor even dare to step into the world gate. Although they could travel around the nine-spirit continent, which also enjoyed the blessings of the dojo, in reality, there was a significant difference between the two. Wuxia was a holy land suspended above the nine-spirit continent, and many families wanted to send their offspring here, which required outstanding talent and destiny. When Guwen allowed the fourth-generation disciples to take on their own disciples, it would undoubtedly stir up waves across the continent. They can go out but must not enter the world gate. They must return within 10,000 years. If they start a family or fail to return on time, they won't be able to come back. Moreover, if they commit many evil deeds, Wuxia will cleanse the sect, whether they return or not. Guwen casually replied. Every choice had its gains and losses. Wuxia disciples had already enjoyed privileges beyond the reach of the masses and couldn't have it all. He did this to give Wuxia disciples an opportunity to return to secular life. Going out to train for 10,000 years and seeing enough of the red dust, they could come back with a firmer will to pursue the Tao. An Exian nodded slightly upon hearing this. Master, actually, I'm thinking about whether to guide the disciples to open up their own worlds. This way, they won't need to go out and can experience the red dust in their own worlds. An Exian asked hesitantly. Zizai immortals were not yet capable of creating real worlds, but at least it served as a goal. Guwen answered, "No need to guide them. They don't need hope. Pursuing immortal cultivation and seeking the Tao is a process of self-exploration. Their choices are theirs to bear. You must not become entangled in cause and effect." An Exian found this reasonable and gave up the idea. She had no other questions, saluted Guwen, and continued her discussion with Shinjin. Guwen did not disturb them, nor was he interested in listening. He returned to his room to read. During his recent trip to the human world, he had acquired several intriguing books, which he planned to savor overnight. In the brilliant starry sky, floating islands adorned with 7-colored clouds were surrounded by manifesting destiny, turning into dragons that soared continuously. This was the misty immortal court. Tianhao stood on a roof ridge wearing a white robe with gold embroidery, overlooking the grand vista of the misty immortal court. His brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes complex. Millions of years had passed, and Tianhao's momentum was even more imposing. Strands of chi force coiled around him, displaying the demeanor of the Son of Heaven perfectly. "Who am I exactly?" Tianhao muttered to himself. He had already recalled memories of his past life as an Hao, and his entire life floated within his mind, making him all the more grateful to Guwen. Now, though far from the celestial spirit great world and carrying a mission, he couldn't easily return to repay his debt. Hence, he thought more about himself. He realized that an Hao was just one identity from his many past lives, with larger hidden connections of cause and effect, and a terrifying power deeply embedded within him. He looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the top of the universe. A figure appeared beside him, a white-haired elder in a yellow robe, tall and straight, standing beside him with equal momentum. Master, I seem to have found my destiny. Tianhao spoke softly, his gaze fixed upwards. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Your destiny is for you to find, but many things can't just be thought about. You need to see them for yourself. Tianhao glanced at him and asked, Can I go to the celestial court now? If you truly face punishment, I doubt even your sheer luck will let you escape Kangshin's scrutiny. What do you think? The elder replied with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, a subtle change occurred in Tianhao's eyes. He fell into an inner struggle. Now that the contest for the Son of Heaven is about to begin, though the misty immortal court is not within the 3,000 great worlds, it would still be implicated. You should leave. When the sons of heaven meet, destiny patterns will appear, forcibly returning you to your origin and wiping out your current will. The elder continued, his tone relaxed, as if discussing a trivial matter. Tianhao was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, turning to the elder. Master, if I regain my identity as the Son of Heaven and forget past kindness, won't it be unfair to you? The elder shook his head with a laugh. You're not my only disciple. Furthermore, being able to have the Son of Heaven as my disciple is a great honor for me beyond 3 lifetimes. For some reason, Tianhao felt a bit disappointed in his heart upon hearing these words. He thought of Guwen. That master would never say such things, at least not diminishing the stature of being a master. But he could also understand his current master's perspective. The entire misty immortal court prided itself on attaining immortal positions in the celestial court, and he was the Son of Heaven. Naturally they would flatter him. Perhaps it was truly time to leave. Since the spread of Tianhao's identity as the Son of Heaven, he could clearly feel the overly enthusiastic attitudes around him. So passionate it felt unreal, making him want to escape. In that case, I shall go to the celestial court to face my true destiny, Tianhao said with a firm voice, looking at the elder. He wanted to understand which Son of Heaven he truly was and what kind of past he had. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745. Lifespan of 10 quadrillion years, profound abyss, ancient tree. The struggle of the Son of Heaven draws closer to the 3,000 great worlds, and for all living beings, the most apparent sign is the increase in mythical stories. Immortal gods are no longer just ethereal legends. In each great thousand world beyond the heavens, grand opportunities continuously appear, bringing boundless hope to the cultivators of the 3,000 great worlds. The immortal god's concept of time differs from that of mortal spirits. Even in the preparation stage, millions of years do not seem long. Time flies by. Millions of years turn a page in the giant book of time. More and more immortal gods begin to descend into the 3,000 great worlds. The world of the celestial spirit great world starts to become turbulent, not because of the struggle for the Son of Heaven, but due to the 9 major sects suppressing the demon emperor, causing upheaval in the demon race. On this day, deep in the sea within the hidden spirit palace, Guwen was picking medicinal herbs when his actions suddenly paused. Your lifespan has broken through the 10 trillion year mark for the first time. A random upgrade to lifespan functions will now commence. Your lifespan reincarnation function has been upgraded. Lifespan reincarnation upgraded successfully. Lifespan reincarnation. Perform reincarnation evolution, which will reflect in reality. Each session consumes 1 billion years of lifespan. All memories obtained during reincarnation will transmit into your mind as if experienced firsthand. There is no time limit to reincarnation evolution. It depends entirely on the choices made during causality. You can choose to reincarnate into the past, present, or future, or select a prior reincarnation body to reincarnate again. All reincarnations will retain lifespan evolution abilities, and merging memories with reality will take just an hour. Looking at the series of prompts before him, Guwen squinted slightly. The consumption for lifespan reincarnation rising from 10 million to 1 billion years seems substantial, yet the actual content feels worth it. Choosing independently among the past, present, and future can circumvent many troubles, and selecting a prior reincarnation body for a new reincarnation can yield even more gains. For someone like Yang Xian, whose talent and comprehension are exceedingly high, if he reached the Shen Qi primordial immortal realm, the fortune he would bring to Guwen is far beyond what a billion-year lifespan evolution could offer. Of course, opening a new reincarnation would also generate more anticipation. Given his current lifespan, consuming a billion years of lifespan is no concern for Guwen. Guwen continued to pick medicinal herbs, preparing to initiate a lifespan reincarnation session after his current task, opting for a new reincarnation body rather than a previous one. To him, each new reincarnated life was akin to an epic and vast novel. Having not started a new one for a while, he was indeed feeling nostalgic. As for the causality brought by lifespan reincarnation, he now took it lightly, accepting or ignoring it at will, confident in facing any resultant effects. Continuous cultivation, striving for the summit of the great Tao, was not meant for servitude to all living beings. He had no desire to care for every world. Protecting his surroundings sufficiently was enough to live happily and freely. Thinking this way, perhaps immortal gods are too free, hence neglectful of all living beings? Guwen suddenly considered this, but then thought it over and found it not entirely true. The immortal gods need the worship of all living beings. The celestial Tao destiny requires the faith of all beings, but he did not need it. Even when creating the primordial Tao Emperor Fortune, he did not require the faith and offerings of cultivators. His creations were more driven by personal interest. After a while, seeing that Guwen had finished picking the herbs, the deep-sea dragon carp, who had been waiting by his side, approached. Having followed Guwen for over 9 million years, the young and naive fish was now a venerable figure with the poise of an enlightened grandmaster. Occasionally, it would venture out to explore the world, gathering knowledge for future opportunities, something Guwen permitted, not wanting to confine it here forever. The deep-sea dragon carp would go out but never stay away for long, leaving avatars to manage the hidden spirit palace's various medicine gardens without mishap. Master, have you heard about the demon emperor? The deep-sea dragon carp asked cautiously. Guwen asked offhandedly. I've heard. What of it? He began selecting herbs to bring back. Although he did not need medicinal herbs, the Wuxia disciple did, and his Tao fruit universe already had a massive stock of elixirs. Since cultivating herbs in the Tao fruit universe would drain his mana, not lifespan, he had no desire to cultivate it. For now, he used it only for storage. Don't you think the 9 major sects are too despicable? It's not because impartial to our demon race, but the demon emperor is a leader admired even by humans. He advocates for peaceful coexistence among all races, sharing the Tao and even teaching human cultivators, saving those in distress. Such a demon was oppressed by the righteous Taoist sects for a feeble reason. The reason was apparently that the demon emperor's disciple's disciple killed one of their true disciples, and when negotiations failed, they had no choice but to wage war against the demon emperor. How absurd! The deep-sea dragon carp's tone grew indignant as it spoke. Guwen smiled and said, Indeed absurd, but what good is telling me? Do you expect me to uphold justice for the demon emperor? The deep-sea dragon carp quickly shook its head, saying, How could I dare think such a thing? It's just that the demon emperor seems promising. Maybe you could save him and bring him to the hidden spirit palace? Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even the sea demons admired the demon emperor's deeds. He not only saved people but demons. Before becoming the demon emperor, he roamed the world, eradicating evil and helping the weak. These stories were well known among the demon race, and the deep-sea dragon carp, having heard many, also grew fond of him. I've never met him, so how could I accept him? You haven't genuinely ventured into the world. How can you understand a person from hearsay? Go out and train. You can even look for the demon emperor, but don't think of saving him. Guwen chuckled softly. He too was quite pleased with the demon emperor. 2 million years ago, Guwen had saved the demon before he became the demon emperor, speaking a few words that the demon held dear for a lifetime, practicing them faithfully till today, which was rare. Of course, pleased or not, it was not enough for Guwen to intervene. From his perspective, the demon emperor would break free eventually, reaching greater realms and firmly establishing himself in the celestial spirit great world. The current tribulation was but a chapter in the demon emperor's life, one that he would overcome. The deep-sea dragon carp hesitated, truly wanting to seek out the demon emperor. "All right, I'm leaving. Think it over. If you want to go, leave an avatar and do not need to inform me." With these words, Guin vanished, leaving the deep-sea dragon carp in contemplation. Elsewhere, Guin arrived at a small island near the immortal-seeking island. Sitting on a reef, he faced the sea breeze and began his lifespan reincarnation. You have consumed 1 billion years of lifespan to start a reincarnation evolution. Please choose to reincarnate to either the past, present, or future. The past. Going to the past might reveal insights about the ancient celestial court, gathering useful information for the present. Reincarnating to the future offered unreliable intelligence, serving only cultivation and Tao enlightenment purposes. Would you like to select a previous reincarnation body for rebirth? No. Connecting to the Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation heavens and earth. You have the following options. Choose 1. Ling Mountain 2. Endless Jade Pool 3. Profound Abyss Divine Pool. These places all appeared imposing. Ling Mountain's grandeur was evident even to Guin, harboring Daluo immortals. However, Guin did not wish to become a monk. His gaze fell on the profound Abyss Divine Pool, which lay in the underworld, the land of reincarnation. He had never visited the underworld, but he saw its immense expanse, larger than all 3,000 great worlds combined. The underworld was not fully covered by celestial Tao destiny, proving the strength of the profound Abyss Divine Pool. You have chosen to reincarnate into the profound Abyss Divine Pool. This reincarnation will fully retain lifespan seizing and evolution abilities. Reincarnation evolution begins. Year 1, you are born in the other shore heaven as a profound abyss fruit on the profound abyss ancient tree. At 17, a ghost immortal comes to the profound abyss ancient tree for enlightenment, and you observe his actions with curiosity. At 102, you watch this ghost immortal cultivate divine skills, silently noting all his techniques. At 227, the ghost immortal departs, and you gradually comprehend the chi absorption technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746. Gu Xian. Profound Abyss. Taihao Profound Abyss Fruit? How did I get reincarnated as a fruit? Guin looked at the prompt before him, feeling that he would spend the next several thousand years stuck on a tree, without any choice in the matter. This is quite novel. Guin continued to read on, with prompts continuously appearing. As the profound abyss fruit, he encountered various passers-by in the ensuing years. There were ghost immortals, demons, as well as humans. Some just passed by while others, like that ghost immortal, lingered. But the wait lasted longer than he anticipated. Over 10,000 years passed, and he was still a profound abyss fruit. At the age of 12,732, you comprehended nature's essence and grasped the path of yin and yang, enhancing your Tao practice. At the age of 12,803, a torrential rain fell under the celestial vault. Never having felt rain before, you reveled in the downpour, refining your physical body. At the age of 13,146, swaying in the wind, you detached from the vine and fell to the ground. With nature's spiritual energy converging around you, you began transformation. Please choose your gender. The prompt paused here, and Guin furrowed his brow. Do I need to choose? Male. Guin made his decision. Over the past tens of thousands of years, as a transformed fruit, he had observed the difference between the sexes, likely contemplating this for years. After choosing, his reincarnation body gestated for a full 100 years before the transformation succeeded, and he comprehended his innate divine ability, the profound abyss yin-yang shield. He also took a branch from the profound abyss ancient tree, transforming it into a long staff, and set off to explore other shore heaven. Sar the Novelfire, Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At the age of 13,307, you encountered a lonely wild ghost who claimed to be chased by the 9 Divine Mansion and advised you to change your route to avoid them. Do you choose to evade the 9 Divine Mansion? Yes. In a previous life as the Black Profound Emperor, Gu and had experienced the power of the 9 Divine Mansion. Most of their ghost immortals surpassed the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. With Gu An's current Dao practice, he couldn't grasp the entirety of the underworld but could sense the presence of Daluo immortals within the 9 Divine Mansion. The barriers of the path of Yin and Yang were truly formidable, preventing the celestial Dao destiny from fully encompassing the underworld. A newly transformed profound abyss fruit would be no match for the 9 Divine Mansion. You chose to trust the wild ghost's advice. After a long conversation, you decided to visit Other Shore City as mentioned. The wild ghost wanted to accompany you. Do you agree? No. You rejected its request, but it persisted, and you couldn't drive it away. You learned its name, it called itself Ghost Sanlang. After some conflict, you decided to name yourself Gu Xian Yu since you were born from the profound abyss ancient tree. At the age of 13,315, you entered Other Shore City with Ghost Sanlang. In the same year, you met a cultivator named Zhu Tian Taoist, who claimed to be from Other Shore Heaven. He saw through your essence as a profound abyss fruit and wanted to bring you to Other Shore Heaven for cultivation. Do you agree? Yes. Guwen thought that someone who could discern his essence would not be someone he could resist. If they bore ill intentions, refusing would only cause trouble. Besides, Gu Xian Yu needed Taoist technique to truly start immortal cultivation. Having lived for over 10,000 years, Gu Xian Yu had not yet seized any lifespan. Other Shore Heaven appeared peaceful, indicating a strong foundation. However, in Gu An's time, there was no power named Other Shore Heaven. Even observing the underworld now, he couldn't see Other Shore Heaven. This suggests Other Shore Heaven might perish. That would be good. After Gu Xian Yu's cultivation succeeds and he departs, if Other Shore Heaven then perishes, many causes and effects could be hidden. Of course, the demise of Other Shore Heaven might relate to Gu Xian Yu. Time would tell. Yu accepted Zhu Tian Taoist's invitation and followed him to Other Shore Heaven with Ghost Sanlang. Along the way, you gained much knowledge and looked forward to your new life. Upon entering the Chi Fortune Dojo in Other Shore Heaven, Zhu Tian Taoist took you to meet the Other Shore Emperor. Apparently, upon your birth, the Other Shore Emperor foresaw your connection and decided to personally take you as a disciple. At the age of 13,316, the Other Shore Emperor taught you the Other Shore Heavenly God skill, saying it was the Taoist technique most suited for you. The subsequent prompts were all about cultivation. Not only Gu Xian Yu but also Ghost Sanlang was cultivating. The Other Shore Emperor also taught it a divine skill, making it swear eternal servitude to Gu Xian Yu. Guwen felt a sense of gratitude. His reincarnation body always found good mentors. For now, the Other Shore Emperor seemed sincere. If he wanted the profound abyss fruit, there was no need for such elaborate effort. This cultivation lasted for 100,000 years. After 100,000 years, Gu Xian Yu had reached the profound Yuan-free immortal realm. That year, the Other Shore Emperor sent Gu Xian Yu to train at the 9 Divine Mansion, accompanied by other disciples from Other Shore Heaven. Other Shore Heaven and 9 Divine Mansion were neighboring underworld Dao courts with a cordial relationship, often exchanging disciples to foster communication. When they arrived at the 9 Divine Mansion, no mishaps occurred, leaving Guwen without choices to make. After entering the 9 Divine Mansion, Gu Xian Yu stayed for several years before heading to the Netherworld alone for training. Shortly after arriving at the Netherworld, he befriended a fellow Taoist named Tai Hao. The two bonded instantly, and Tai Hao invited Gu Xian Yu to explore the Netherworld for treasures, claiming there was an ancient treasure left by a great power. Guwen finally faced a choice. What treasure? The Netherworld was far from safe. From his current vantage, Guwen could see terrible power of reincarnation in its depths, which could affect even the Miaojin Daluo immortal if they lingered. He declined Tai Hao's invitation. You rejected Tai Hao's invitation. Tai Hao wasn't angry, telling you to wait by the river before diving into the Netherworld. This filled you with admiration for him. Taihao's bold spirit captivated you, making you yearn to be like him. You began meditating by the netherworld, commencing cultivation. At the age of 116,542, you were suddenly attacked while cultivating. The assailants were two cultivators from the 9 Divine Mansion who coveted your ghost slave, Ghost Sanlang. Forced to retaliate, after a strenuous battle, you narrowly killed the 2 Divine Mansion disciples. You discovered you could seize lifespan, and after some research, used it to elevate the other shore heavenly god skill, achieving a breakthrough in mastery, subtly changing your mindset. At the age of 116,552, 3 more disciples from the 9 Divine Mansion arrived, questioning whether you killed their 2 junior disciples. You chose to strike first, eliminating them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747. 9 Heavens True Dragon Chi make a move directly? Ia the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan raised an eyebrow slightly. From just a few words, he could sense the changes in Gu Xian. Gu Xian was not like this before. He wouldn't even fight, let alone kill. After killing 3 9 Divine Mansion disciples again, Gu Xian chose to leave and cultivate in another place. His skill broke through in the same year, obviously using his lifespan evolution ability. It seems Gu Xian is becoming obsessed with the ability to evolve his lifespan. In the subsequent years, beings from the 9 Divine Mansion came to investigate the deaths of those 2 disciples constantly. As long as Gu Xian heard their questions, he would kill them directly. There were even times when people knelt and begged for his mercy. Although Guan did not agree with his change, it had come to this, and killing was the only option left. Gu Xian had thoroughly opposed the 9 Divine Mansion. By the time Guan had a choice, he had already killed more than 10 disciples of the 9 Divine Mansion. Even if he chose to show mercy then, the 9 Divine Mansion would not have spared him. It looked like Gu Xian was set to become the next Long Zhan, but countless times stronger. Guan carefully monitored the prompts. If Gu Xian's killing spree continued, he would have to find a way to end his life. But unfortunately, all he could do was choose yes or no. He couldn't decide Gu Xian's life and death directly. Fortunately, Gu Xian was not as evil as he had imagined. At the age of 116,722, you encountered a group of people being pursued by evil spirits. You chose to save them and later learned from them about another half of the world. You were filled with curiosity about the mortal world, so you left the underworld with them. At the age of 116,726, you arrived at the Taoyuan Great World of the mortal world, and at the invitation of those people, you visited the Erosion Moon sect. At the age of 116,727, the female cultivator Yen Yueshi you saved in the underworld confessed to you, hoping to marry you. Do you accept? No. Already extreme, and still in love? If something happened to this female cultivator named Yen Yueshi, wouldn't Gu Xian go mad? For the sake of all living beings, Guan refused this marriage on behalf of Gu Xian. You refused Yen Yuexi's confession. Yen Yueshi begged bitterly, but you were unmoved. Finally, Yen Yueshi, in a rage, cursed you venomously, saying you humiliated her and she would repay you tenfold. Crazy. Rejecting you is humiliating you? Why don't you remember the favor of saving your life? Guan laughed, thinking that this woman named Yen Yueshi was no good. Fortunately, he refused. If she had married Gu Xian, who knows how much trouble would follow. Reincarnation continued, and prompts kept popping up. Gu Xian left the Erosion Moon sect and traveled through the Taoyuan Great World with Gue Sanlang. If anyone troubled him, he killed them directly. But if he encountered someone in distress, whether human, demon, or ghost soul, he would help. Good and evil coexisted, making it hard to judge his nature for the moment. The next life experiences, every scene possible unfolded, which was no longer new to Guan. He could clearly feel Gu Xian growing stronger rapidly. In less than 1,000 years since arriving in the mortal world, this guy was about to break through to the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. The growth rate was truly terrifying. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was not small, attracting many strong figures from the Taoyuan Great World to watch. Some even attacked him directly only to be killed by him, and eventually it led to the appearance of innate golden immortals. Although Gu Xianxian was no match for the innate golden immortal, he used his innate divine ability, Profound Abyss Yin-Yang Guard, to escape through the void to outer heaven. Thus, Gu Xianxian began to hide again. Grudges, once formed, truly have no end. After arriving at outer heaven, the dangers increased, and the enemies were stronger, but Gu Xianxian's growth rate did not slow down. He crossed into the innate golden immortal realm at less than 300,000 years old, and this was without wantonly slaughtering living beings. At just over 500,000 years old, Gu Xianxian stepped into the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm and then returned to the underworld with Gue Sanlang, who had also grown strong. He came to the banks of the Yellow Springs River, looking at the ceaseless flowing yellow springs, reminiscing about the past, not expecting before he left. A figure shot out from the yellow springs, landing before him. It was Tai Hao, who had invited him to the yellow springs in search of treasures. What Gu Xianxian and Tai Hao talked about, Guan did not know, but from the prompts it seemed that they were very happy to be reunited after a long time. Tai Hao revealed that the Nine Yin Divine Mansion monopolized the power of reincarnation, hindering the soul's rebirth. Their sins were beyond measure. He wanted to invite Gu Xianxian to join him in opposing the Nine Yin Divine Mansion, killing the one who hindered reincarnation. Guan got a chance to choose. This time he didn't choose to avoid the crisis. Gu Xianxian had lived so long, only relying on the other shore heavenly god's skill and profound abyss Yin-Yang Guard. Guan felt it was worth a lifespan of 1 billion years, considered it paid off. From then on, he could venture freely, whether he died early or not mattered less, causing fewer killings. So, Gu Xianxian agreed to Tai Hao's invitation and went with him to the Nine Yin Divine Mansion. This made Tai Hao very happy, and they even became sworn brothers. They are all restless souls. Guan sighed in his heart, as if foreseeing the tragedy. After all, the Nine Yin Divine Mansion still ruled the land of reincarnation in the underworld, while the other shore heaven had ceased to exist. At the age of 501,372, Yu and Tai Hao reached the reincarnation heaven pool of the Nine Yin Divine Mansion. You encountered the Tai Yin reverse dragon guarding the pool. Tai Hao made the first move and you had to assist. Eventually, you killed the Tai Yin reverse dragon and obtained the reincarnation heaven lotus in the pool. At the age of 501,373, the Nine Yin Divine Mansion sensed your disturbance and sent a large number of disciples to besiege you. It was only then you realized Tai Hao's true strength far exceeded yours. After a great battle, Tai Hao took you and escaped the reincarnation heaven pool, reaching the other side of the underworld, where you rested beneath a yin tree. At the age of 501,374, Tai Hao insisted on teaching you a divine skill called Nine Heavens True Dragon Chi. You mastered it in the same year, surprising Tai Hao greatly. At the age of 501,380, you and Tai Hao attacked the Nine Yin Divine Mansion again, encountering them forging billions of souls into Six Paths ghost artifacts. Displeased, you intervened, leading to a great battle. During the battle, you chose to break through, and a massive lightning from the Great Tao descended upon the Nine Yin Divine Mansion. You reached the Tai Ching Golden Immortal Realm but also attracted the strongest of the Nine Yin Divine Mansion. Despite you and Tai Hao's best efforts, you were subdued under a great array. At the critical moment, a powerful mana transported you away. You fell into a coma, and upon waking, you were shocked to discover the powerful being who saved you and your brother was your master, the Other Shore Emperor. The Other Shore Emperor revealed that the Nine Yin Divine Mansion had committed countless atrocities, disrupting the Six Paths order. The Other Shore Heaven decided to overthrow the Nine Yin Divine Mansion's rule. He had already appealed to the Tsangtian, requesting help from immortal gods. Before the immortal gods arrived, he hoped you and Tai Hao would cultivate first and not act rashly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748. Against the immortal gods. After being saved by the other shore emperor, Gu Xian and Tai Hao no longer ventured out, focusing on their cultivation steadfastly. However, when it involved immortal gods, Gu always felt things wouldn't be simple and surely wouldn't go smoothly. The facts were as he anticipated. Gu Xian and Tai Hao cultivated for 1,000 years, and then immortal gods descended upon the land of reincarnation. At the age of 52,392, immortal gods descended upon the land of reincarnation. The other shore emperor led Yu and Tai Hao to invade the Nine-Yin divine mansion. As the battle commenced, disciples from other shore heaven also joined in, causing the Nine-Yin divine mansion to fall into a passive state. You began a killing spree, continuously enhancing your comprehension of the other shore heavenly god's skill. In the same year, the immortal gods suddenly turned against you, joining forces with the Nine-Yin divine mansion to besiege other shore heaven. Before your master, the other shore emperor, died, he sent Yu and Tai Hao away. Yu and Tai Hao fell into reincarnation. You landed in a mortal world, regaining consciousness and vowing to avenge the immortal gods. The immortal gods turned against them, indicating it was a plot against other shore heaven. Alternatively, it could be that the Nine-Yin divine mansion had convinced the celestial court during the millennium that the other shore emperor was waiting. Although Gu Xian was involved in the downfall of other shore heaven, it wasn't due to him. It was the result of the power struggle between the two forces with the celestial court. Gu had only one feeling after reading it. Weakness is the original sin. The powerful immortal gods showed no mercy, changing their stance without hesitation. Stimulated by this, Gu Xian began to crazily seek power. He destroyed the temples and shrines of immortal gods wherever he went, killing anyone who dared to obstruct him. This naturally led to him attracting the enmity of celestial gods within a few hundred years. Now, no celestial god could match him. His path was paved with slaughter, purely out of revenge, which also offered Gu a choice. Gu Xian started traveling to all heavens and myriad realms, targeting celestial gods specifically, as they were the easiest immortal gods for him to find. They existed in every great thousand world. The title of Immortal Slayer began to spread. At the age of 99,866, you entered Nine Elements' great world for the first time and encountered a group of cultivators besieged by cosmic evil demons. You intervened to save them, and one of the female cultivators called out your name. You then realized it was Yen Yueshi, whom you had rejected back then. Reuniting after a long time, you found her temperament had drastically changed. No longer as reckless as before, but very steady. She wanted to apologize, saying her words back then were nonsense. At her invitation, you headed towards the main world of Nine Elements' great world Yen Yueshi. Seeing her change in attitude, Gu was somewhat pleased. Of course, even if she suddenly turned against Gu Xian and plotted against him, he wouldn't mind. Surviving until now was already profitable. Anything further was just a gain. After arriving at Nine Elements' great world, the sect of Yen Yueshi and others faced troubles from their enemies, even leading to fierce confrontations. Gu Xian couldn't stand it, intervening directly, using bloodshed to instill fear. Subsequently, he started a killing spree in Nine Elements' great world, targeting either Yen Yuexi's enemies or followers of celestial gods, forcing the immortal gods to reveal themselves. But he was at the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm, and with his past achievements, the celestial gods in Nine Elements' great world hesitated to face him. When the celestial gods finally appeared, they brought a celestial army. Even immortal monarchs joined the fray. The epic battle shook the entire great world. In the same year, Gu Xian traversed several great thousand worlds, constantly pursued by immortal gods, locked in relentless conflict. It was only until the following year that Gu Xian astonishingly chose to break through during battle, achieving the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. The immense thunder of the great Tao annihilated millions of heavenly soldiers, forcing out an even more powerful immortal god. A mysterious giant hand crossed time and space, seriously injuring Gu Xian, who had just reached the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. At the critical moment, Tai Hao appeared and rescued Gu Xian, the two of them escaping to the underworld once again. Gu Xian now harbored immense hatred towards immortal gods, beginning a relentless killing spree of any beings that accidentally wandered into the underworld. Taihao couldn't stop him but remained by his side. After 10,000 years, Gu Xian reached the Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm, shaking the entire underworld. Numerous great powers came to visit him. Even the 9 divine mansion sent people who were immediately killed by him. After the visitors dispersed, Taihao challenged him, wanting to spar. Guan then faced the choice of whether to accept the challenge. He unhesitatingly chose to accept, believing from previous hints that Taihao was extraordinary. Being able to save Gu Xian from immortal gods was evidence enough of his prowess, making it an ideal opportunity to gauge his strength. Thus, Gu Xian began a fierce battle with Taihao. This battle lasted over 10,000 years without yielding a winner. During their combat, they also wreaked havoc upon the 9 divine mansion and eventually fell into the netherworld. During the combat, Gu Xian's other shore heavenly god skill, profound abyss Yinyang guard, and 9 heavens true dragon chi continuously improved, evidently utilizing lifespan to evolve abilities. Yet despite this, Gu Xian didn't gain an advantage over Taihao according to the prompts. This guy is indeed strong. His name carries how, CTHNL Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan raised his eyebrows, deep in thought. Sharing a name isn't much, but at higher realms the taboo becomes greater. Someone at Taihao's realm wouldn't easily use Hao as part of their name. Could Taihao have a connection with the celestial court? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Gu Xian survived 2 immortal gods' sieges with Taihao present each time. At the age of 110,271, Taihao halts the battle, declaring it a draw. Do you accept? Yes. You chose to accept. Taihao praised your talent and comprehension as the strongest he has ever seen, agreeing to spar again after surpassing the Daluo immortal realm. You happily agreed. Afterwards, you two decided to rest for 100 years and then completely flatten the 9 divine mansion. At the age of 110,371, you and Taihao descended upon the 9 divine mansion, destroying it. As you prepared to wipe them out, a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal arrived. Feeling he wasn't an opponent, Taihao pulled you away, and you two left the underworld, arriving in the mortal world. At the age of 110,372, you and Taihao arrived at the Taisher Great World, which was being ravaged by chaos evil demons. You chose to intervene, and within less than half a year, you eradicated the chaos evil demons in this world. At the age of 110,399, you and Taihao arrived at Abyss Dao Sea and discovered a spiritual spring by chance. You chose to bathe there, strengthening your bodies. Ghost Third Brother's ghost body also transformed. At the age of 110,653, you and Taihao left Abyss Dao Sea, entering the path of the Great Dao. You encountered the birth of a Taoist emperor, who, noticing your formidable aura, chose to attack you. You killed him fiercely, offending his sect behind him. With others using divine sense, they threatened to consign you to eternal damnation. At the age of 110,701, the Donglan Emperor clan descended upon the path of the Great Dao, besieging you too. In the end, you and Taihao slaughtered thousands of cultivators from the Donglan Emperor clan. At the age of 110,702, you arrived at Primordial Emperor Domain and exterminated the Donglan Emperor clan. In the same year, your other shore Heavenly God skill reached a new level of achievement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749. All are reincarnation bodies again, the Primordial Emperor Domain. There are indeed many Emperor clans in the Primordial Emperor Domain. Now Guan can see the Primordial Emperor Domain clearly. It indeed has deep foundations, but there are no supreme experts in the Primordial Emperor Domain. Not to mention Shen Qi Primordial Immortal, even the number of Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals is less than 5. Of course, possessing Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals alone is enough to prove the strength of the Primordial Emperor Domain. After exterminating the Donglan Emperor clan, Gu Shenyu and Taihao began to travel through the Primordial Emperor Domain. The days that followed were relatively peaceful, as the Primordial Emperor Domain had no celestial gods to guard it, so Gu Xian, you didn't go on a killing spree. In the subsequent tips, Guan watched them travel around, make many friends, and continuously encounter female cultivators and female demons showing goodwill towards them. Gu Xianyu refused, and Taihao also refused, as if it were a competition. After experiencing so much, the relationship between the two grew closer. After leaving the primordial emperor domain, they still traveled together, traversing the heavens, and more names of the great thousand worlds appeared in the tips. Gu Xuanyus' realm also stagnated. To be precise, it returned to a normal rate of becoming stronger, remaining in the Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm for a long time. The two went to the Dao fields of great powers to listen to Dao, benefiting immensely, and Taihao even created new divine skills, which he passed on to Gu Xianyu. Gu Xianyu wasn't as creative as Taihao. He invested his lifespan evolution into the other shore heavenly god skill and profound abyss yin and yang protection. The nine heavens true dragon chi also improved, but its frequency in the tips was clearly lower than the other two. At this rate, it's hard to die. While rejecting a Miaozhen Daluo immortal female expert for Gu Xianyu, Gu sighed. The sea breeze blew gently, and sitting on the reef, he couldn't help but stretch lazily. The smoothness of this life made him feel somewhat bored, but he could only wait. The age in the tips rapidly increased, and even after tens of millions of years, Gu Xianyu did not encounter any sieges by immortal gods. However, his cultivation realm had reached the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. He was inseparable from Taihao, going everywhere together. They visited the endless Dao Mountain to listen to the Dao, gaining great fame and receiving exalted titles from the ancient great powers of the endless Dao Mountain, being called the two great saints of the great Dao. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This ancient great power was called the Supreme Sect Master, whose cultivation was unfathomable, and even Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals bowed to him. In the current endless Dao Mountain, Gu hadn't heard of this name. The Supreme Sect Master openly declared in the Dao field that Gu Xianyu and Taihao had the potential to become saints. The potential to become saints? Guan was somewhat curious, but from the tips, he couldn't understand what the potential to become saints was. After being bestowed with their titles by the Supreme Sect Master, Gu Xianyu and Taihao's fame spread far and wide. Wherever they went, great powers from various sects and clans came to welcome them, leading to much less conflict. It wasn't until Gu Xianyu was over 100 million years old that he experienced only a few major battles, and his cultivation realm still remained at the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. He seemed to be no longer in a hurry and no longer relied on lifespan evolution abilities. When approaching 200 million years old, Gu Xianyu encountered Yan Yueshi again. Even after so many years, her affection for him hadn't changed, and she even wanted to leave her sect to travel the heavens with him. This time, Guan agreed because he saw that Gu Xuanyus' mental state had changed in the tips. Reaching this realm, if he still refused his beloved for fear of trouble, it would indeed be too pathetic. Yan Yuexis joining greatly displeased Taihao, leading to many arguments between the two, often stopped by Gu Xuanyus' words. Yan Yueshi hoped Gu Xianyu could stop, marry her, and become Dao companions. Taihao, however, believed that the great Dao is long and that one should not stop before seeing the end of the great Dao. This argument persisted until the arrival of the immortal gods. Countless immortal gods descended, surrounding the three, and even several supreme immortals joined the fray. After fighting for hundreds of years, Yan Yueshi was captured. The immortal gods threatened Gu Xianyu to surrender. This time, Gu had no choice, indicating that Gu Xianyu had no hesitation in his heart. He told Taihao to escape alone, then walked towards the supreme immortals. Ultimately, he was captured by the immortal gods. Gu thought it was the end for him, but the tips continued. He was brought to the celestial court, where a celestial Dao venerable ordered him to be thrown into the heavenly prison. He began meditating and seeking enlightenment in the heavenly prison. During this time, many immortal gods came to recruit him, some for the Son of Heaven, others for the celestial Dao venerable, but Gu refused them all. Now, Gu only wished for Gu Xianyu to end his life soon, to avoid exposing his lifespan stealing ability. However, the celestial court wouldn't kill him. After being suppressed for tens of millions of years, someone came to visit him, and it was Yen Yueshi. She had already ascended to the immortal class, becoming a celestial god in the celestial court. She persuaded Gu Shenyu to submit, saying the celestial court was invincible, and even the strongest beings had to be bound by the heavenly Tao. Gu Shenyu thought of his deceased master and the slaughtered other shore heaven. Despite his beloved's persuasion, he still refused to bow his head. No matter how she tried, Gu Shenyu remained adamant. Yen Yueshi became very angry, warning him harshly, which reminded Guan of the time Gu Shenyu first rejected her. Although this time Yen Yueshi was concerned about Gu Zuanyu's life and death, Guan felt she did not understand Gu Shenyu. If Guan felt this way, how much more so would Gu Shenyu, who directly faced Yen Yueshi? In the endless years in the heavenly prison, the tips became simpler. Whether it was cultivation, Tao techniques, or divine skills, it took many years to progress. Even at 100 billion years, Gu Shenyu still hadn't surpassed the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal Realm. That year, the heavenly prison shook. The tips revealed a world-shaking fierce demon was causing havoc in the celestial court, heading towards the heavenly prison, destroying its formation and allowing those suppressed strong beings, including Gu Shenyu, to escape. After escaping the heavenly prison, Gu Shenyu saw the fierce demon's figure. The demon's strength greatly shocked him, making him feel it was an opportunity. So, instead of fleeing the celestial court, he chose to cause chaos with the demon, killing as many immortal gods as possible to avenge his master. But immortal gods can't be killed. They always revive. Even Tao Extreme Daluo immortals feel powerless in endless battles. Finally, 3 celestial Tao venerables descended to capture the fierce demon. Gu Shenyu also prepared himself for death. Before dying, he glanced at Yen Yueshi standing among the vast army of immortal gods, looking down at him with resentment, seemingly blaming his choice. In the tips, Gu Zuanyu's heart felt no bitterness. Instead, he felt relieved and had no regrets. At the critical moment, a terrifying power pierced through the celestial court's destiny, saving Gu Shenyu. The one who saved him was Tai Hao. Tai Hao took Gu Shenyu to chaos. Surviving even this, Guan felt a bit helpless. 100 billion years of life memories must be so long. The inheritance process must be exhausting, especially since Gu Shenyu hadn't died yet, and the weight of the memories kept increasing. After escaping the range of the heavenly Tao, Tai Hao stood in the chaos void and looked at you. His expression made you feel unfamiliar. Tai Hao said he was very disappointed in you, thinking you were held back by romantic feelings. Without Yen Yueshi, you wouldn't have ended up like this. He couldn't stand your current state and challenged you to a life and death duel. Looking into his eyes, you knew he was serious, and you accepted the challenge. After an epic battle lasting 1 billion years in the collapsing and chaotic Great Tao Void, you and Tai Hao perished together. Before your consciousness completely dissipated, you realized that you were just a reincarnation body. Not only you, but Tai Hao was also a reincarnation body of some existence, emitting a celestial Tao destiny far surpassing the celestial Tao venerable. Meeting Tai Hao's gaze, you seemed to comprehend that your battle would continue. You are killed. Reincarnation ends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750. The meaning of reincarnation. It's finally over. Guan looked at the last prompt, feeling emotional in his heart. But regarding Gu Shen's feelings before his death, he felt a bit uneasy. The heavenly Tao destiny that far surpassed the celestial Tao venerable, why did it sound so much like the celestial emperor? The celestial emperor had been in seclusion for many years. Creating billions of reincarnation bodies was normal. Thinking about it carefully, as long as Tai Hao was there, they could always escape from the siege of the immortal gods. As Guan was contemplating, a vast and boundless memory flooded into his mind. He didn't move or activate the lifespan barrier. Although the inherited memories would absorb spiritual energy, the celestial spirit great world had long since transformed. The nature's spiritual energy far surpassed the past, making a little commotion wasn't an issue. Moreover, even if the beings of the celestial spirit great world came nearby, they would be unable to perceive his existence with the naked eye. In the process of integrating the memories, Guan walked once again through Gu Xian's memories. Compared with the previous cycles of reincarnation, Gu Xian's life experiences were different from others. Born of the profound abyss fruit, he was insensitive to time, and his concepts and cognitions were above the human world. Gu Xian's innate divine ability, the profound abyss yin-yang shield, was very powerful. It formed a protective qi with the profound abyss qi and the path of yin and yang. This qi could counteract enemy attacks and allow him to traverse space, a divine skill for both offense and defense. The Other Shore heavenly god skill taught by the Other Shore Emperor was also a remarkable creation. The Other Shore Emperor himself admitted that it was by obtaining this skill that he opened up the Other Shore heaven, and its name originated from this skill. Whether it was the profound abyss yin-yang shield or the Other Shore heavenly god skill, both were worth over 1 billion years of lifespan, making this cycle's lifespan reincarnation quite profitable. Compared with these, Guan was more concerned about Tai Hao. When he first saw Tai Hao, he didn't think much of it, but after integrating the memories and looking back, he felt a bit dazed. Tai Hao looked too much like an Hao, but had more imposing mannerisms than an Hao, possessing an invincible air. During the days fighting side by side with Tai Hao, Gu Xian was often astounded by Tai Hao. It was because of Tai Hao that he fought desperately to become stronger. However, no matter how many years of lifespan he invested in his evolution, Tai Hao always remained unfathomable. Their first confrontation ended in a draw, but Guan felt that Tai Hao had deliberately held back, fearing that he would be discouraged. The final battle, though, forced Tai Hao to go all out, and it was undeniable that Tai Hao was exceedingly strong. Even though it was the 9 heavens true dragon Qi, Gu Xian's achievements were far inferior to Tai Hao's. Even as Guan looked back now, he felt that Tai Hao's strength at that time was unimaginable. Within the Dao Extreme Daluo immortal realm, it was hard to imagine anyone defeating him. This further confirmed to him that Tai Hao was indeed the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation body. Getting entangled with the Celestial Emperor was not a good thing, but the lifespan reincarnation could isolate cause and effect. If the Celestial Emperor could deduce his existence, he would have already found him, considering that Gu Xian and Tai Hao were in the past. Wait a minute. Could it be the Celestial Emperor's means that brought an Hao before him? No, if that was the case, the Celestial Emperor could have appeared long ago. Moreover, an Hao had gone through many twists and turns before appearing to him. He was handed over to the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable by Emperor Ziwei, and then brought to the Celestial Spirit Great World by the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable. If the Celestial Emperor was behind the scheme, why go to such trouble? Guan felt that his ability to manipulate lifespan was very strong, and that it likely had greater causal power than the Celestial Emperor's. He did not dwell on this issue because no matter what, the events had already transpired, and his past with an Hao could not be erased. Instead of agonizing over the past, it was better to think about the future. Gu Xian's life gave him many insights. So many great powers made the great Tao of all heavens seem much richer. Many beings no longer existed, but their existence proved the profoundness of the great Tao of all heavens. The Supreme Sect Master, who lectured in the Endless Tao Mountain, made him feel that his cultivation level perhaps surpassed the Shen Qi Primordial Immortal. In addition, during that battle in the Celestial Court, he saw the figure of a fierce demon who wreaked havoc in the Celestial Court. Although the demon's cultivation was not as high as his, it could be confirmed that the demon was definitely a Shen Qi Primordial Immortal. 9 out of 10. The demon had just entered the Shen Qi Primordial Immortal realm, believing itself invincible on its path, and thus fought its way to the Celestial Court. If it didn't have such cultivation, it wouldn't have been able to break into the Celestial Court. For a powerful figure like a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal trying to forcefully break into the Celestial Court, those Celestial Dao Venerables, Supreme Immortals would definitely intervene, never giving the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal the chance to break in. Of course, even if a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal couldn't break in, escaping while besieged by immortal gods would not be difficult. That fierce demon could have escaped, but chose to fight to the death, likely bearing a deep blood vendetta, with killing intent heavier than Gu Xian's. The posture of standing alone against billions of immortal gods left a deep impression on Gu and opened his eyes. The ocean in front of him churned incessantly. In the distance, he saw the silhouettes of cultivators exploring. No one could perceive him. Wuxia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He didn't get up immediately. Instead, he raised his right hand, and strands of black qi emerged from his palm, followed by white qi. The black and white qi intertwined, seemingly following some kind of pattern. Profound Abyss Yin-Yang Shield. This divine skill, having been continuously evolved by Gu Xian, had reached an extremely profound level. Even compared to the divine skills Guin currently mastered, it was top tier. Only the absolute void I could barely surpass it. Just mastering the other shore heavenly god skill and profound abyss Yin-Yang shield, Gu Xian could already conquer the all heavens and myriad realms. Originally, Guin planned to undergo more lifespan reincarnations to celebrate breaking the trillion-year lifespan mark, but just Gu Xian's life made him feel pained. He didn't want to undergo lifespan reincarnation again. He decided to rest for a few million years first. Guin stood up and walked towards the Taoist field of the beginningless. In one step, he arrived at the edge of the Taoist field of the beginningless. Following his usual habit, he admired the scenery along the way. The mountain was still the same mountain, but the flowers and plants on it were constantly changing. Some seemed no different from the past, but had long since undergone a cycle of new and old replacement. As he walked, Guin was still reminiscing about Gu Xian's life. Gu Xian was different from other reincarnation bodies. Though he performed heroic deeds, he had no humanity. He resembled an immortal, thinking differently from the mortal spirits. When faced with Yen Yuex's persuasion, he could decisively sever his emotions. He didn't fear hardship or loneliness, always determined to accomplish what he believed in. Compared to personal gain, he cared about his own path and the meaning of his existence. Seeking revenge against the immortal gods, aside from obsession, was also to find his own value. He was born from the profound abyss ancient tree with no parents, and the tree itself had not become sentient. He was a creation of the heavenly Tao, not knowing his origin or his destiny. During the billions of years he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, he kept pondering why he existed. These thoughts had now all been transmitted into Guin's mind. What is the meaning of reincarnation? Guin also pondered this question. The great Tao could create new life. There was no need for souls to be reborn repeatedly. Master! A voice called out. Sin appeared out of thin air before Guin. He excitedly said, Master, I've created a divine skill. Please take a look and evaluate it. As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Small vines grew from his palm, quickly forming a tree, then branching and leafing out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751. The immortal arrives, born for the destiny. Looking at the small tree in Sin's hand, Guin could feel a formidable curse power contained within the tree, eerily similar to the malevolent force of the desperate celestial tomb. If one were to be ensnared by the tree's vines, their mana would dissipate. Even if one could manage to escape, they would be plagued by misfortune for the rest of their life. Guin chuckled softly. Not bad, but you must be careful of being backfired by this kind of power. Sin nodded, then began to speak excitedly, describing the inspiration and future plans for this divine skill. In Gu Xian's long life, he had done many things but never took on a disciple. After merging with his memories, facing his disciple again, he felt a sense of novelty. As he regarded Sin, he suddenly understood the meaning of reincarnation. To the great Tao, reincarnation was of little help, but to those beings with regrets in their hearts, reincarnation was hope. The existence of the path of reincarnation made the world constructed by the great Tao not just one of birth and destruction. Having figured this out, Guin no longer dwelled on the matter. Compared to such questions, there were many other things worth pondering. What shall I do tomorrow? Should I listen to music, or indulge in wine and pleasure? Never mind, I'll combine both. In the darkness, A figure appeared out of thin air, his entire body shining with the strong light of the heavenly Tao, clad in heavy silver armor and wrapped in a long golden scarf, looking extraordinarily divine. He lowered his eyes, his expression cold and indifferent, and within his eyes, specks of starlight appeared, seemingly containing two universes. Indeed, full of life, but alas, everything shall be reshaped. The happiness, pain, hatred, and hope you now possess will become meaningless. Yet seeing the presence of immortal gods in one's lifetime is fortunate enough, a life not lived in vain. The silver armor immortal god muttered to himself as he raised his right hand, and a golden scroll appeared in his hand, unfolding it with his left hand. In an instant, the scroll burst forth with brilliant golden light, dazzling like the sun, illuminating the darkness. Strands of golden energy gushed out, increasingly faster, countless in number, all flying toward the darkness below, forming a magnificent river of golden chi. At the same time, deep within the void of the 3,000 great worlds emerged innumerable golden chi, quickly growing larger, surging toward the heavens and the earth of various realms. Guwen, standing side by side with Xiaolan, slightly raised his eyes, and through the celestial spirit great world, he saw the conditions of the other great thousand worlds. A powerful force of immortal gods was descending. This force would present all beings the vision of the immortal god's arrival, and convey the will to compete for destiny, telling them how to survive the upcoming calamity, to end killing by killing, to strive by fighting. Brother Gu, do you think there's a genius in our Xiao family? Xiaolan turned her head to look at Guwen, smiling as she asked. They stood at the eaves of a palace, overlooking a vast square in front, where tens of thousands of disciples of the Xiao family were meditating and absorbing qi. The spiritual energy formed spirals of varying sizes, creating a spectacular scene, while the edge of the square was marked by a sheer cliff, thick fog shrouding the mountain, as if fairy traces were hidden within the mist. Guwen replied, "Compared to our era, these disciples are all geniuses." Xiaolan shook her head and laughed. "As you said, compared to the past, but in the current human world, they are nothing. Even the lowest mortals in our continent are engaging in immortal cultivation. Upon reaching adulthood, they possess qi power comparable to the Foundation Establishment realm. The standard for talent has long changed." What she spoke of was the continent in which the Xiao family resided, where even the lowest mortals were cultivating immortality. Indeed, the celestial spirit great world was gradually detaching from the mortal realm. With the strengthening of the celestial Tao destiny of the celestial spirit great world, more ascenders would be guided to this realm. To the beings of the lower realm, the celestial spirit great world was equivalent to the immortal realm vast beyond imagination, where one could pursue longevity. Guwen nodded slightly, not responding further. He could sense Xiaolan's little thoughts, but he had no interest in supporting the Xiao family. Xiaolan wanted to support the Xiao family because recently they had born a prodigy of heaven. Unfortunately, the boy's mother bore a deep blood feud. If he left the continent in search of the immortal path, he would face assassination. If not for Xiaolan's intervention, he would already be dead. Aside from her, the strongest in the Xiao family was merely at the Tao Void Profound Immortal Realm. In the current celestial spirit great world, a Tao Void Profound Immortal was nothing remarkable. If the prodigious youth stayed on the continent, following the Xiao family's cultivation path, they feared squandering his talent. Thus, the elders of the family turned to Xiaolan for help. Xiaolan had long since noticed the extraordinary nature of the youth's physique. However, she was unsure about teaching him. Taking advantage of Gu An's visit, she invited him to observe the cultivation of the Xiao family disciples. Seeing Gu simply nod without stating much, Xiaolan bit her lip. "Brother Gu, you know what I wish to ask. Please take a closer look at him. I don't ask you to take him under Wuxia, just point out his physique and tell me how to guide his cultivation." Her gaze held a hint of melancholy. She knew Guwen was deliberately waiting for her to speak first. She recalled those early days back in the Xiao family when she had vowed to strengthen the family relying solely on its members. Over millions of years, through countless tribulations, she had never turned to Guwen for help. Now, Breaking her promise for the sake of a junior left her feeling rather frustrated. But there was no other choice. Despite the Shao family's millennia of existence, the talents they had produced were insignificant compared to those of the Dao court. Now having a prodigy whose physique she couldn't discern, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. It might be the key for the Shao family to soar. She had been in seclusion for many years, watching over the Shao family. For the family to thrive, it relied on future generations. If they could produce someone like Emperor Tianhong, Zhao Rushan, or Yuan Luo, the Shao family would undoubtedly ascend, forging deep connections with the major sects of the time. This child's physique is the primordial chaos body. In all the realms, very few can match his innate talent. However, the primordial chaos body requires awakening. Currently, he has yet to fully manifest his potential. Gu nonchalantly remarked, gazing down at the square. His attention was with the 3,000 great worlds, his mind split in two. The other half was responding to Shao Lan. The prodigy of the Shao family did not interest him. Primordial chaos body? Shao Lan's eyes lit up in excitement. After millions of years, had the Shao family finally borne fruit? How can he awaken? Shao Lan hurriedly asked. Guan replied, he needs powerful mana to shatter his meridians, bones, and flesh. When he is on the verge of death, his primordial chaos body will absorb nature's spiritual energy, helping him regenerate his body. From then on, he will be unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Shao Lan frowned, her excitement dissipating. Such an awakening method seemed overly cruel. Guan looked at the celestial vault and said, his physique has indeed emerged due to destiny. The world is about to change again, and perhaps this heralds the replacement of the old and new eras. Hearing his words, Shao Lan felt even more conflicted. CTH novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752. The growth of Wuxia. After Gu pointed out the method for awakening the primordial chaos body to Shao Lan, he did not ask more about the situation of that Shao family genius. Nor did Shao Lan expect him to personally oversee it. It was enough to obtain this method. Afterwards, she no longer mentioned the matter but instead took Gu to continue touring the Shao family grounds. In the present day, the Shao family dominated a region, and there were considerable changes every 100 years. She knew Guan liked to wander, so she planned to show him around more. If Guan liked this place, he could come often in the future. After the two left, a young man in white clothes on the square opened his eyes and looked towards the grand palace ahead. Strange. Was that feeling just an illusion? The young man muttered to himself, looking around before closing his eyes again and continuing his cultivation. As time passed, Guan, besides the fixed monthly schedule of picking medicinal herbs, spent all his remaining time relaxing. He even transformed into a mortal to play in the human world. He had been a farmer, a scholar, fished along the coast, hunted in the deep mountains, and had even been a powerful court minister in the court, stirring up trouble. Each identity would come to its conclusion. He never maintained any cause and effect with anyone, nor did he reveal his identity as a cultivator. In this way, 800,000 years quickly passed since he inherited the memory of Guxian. Over the past 800,000 years, the struggle for the Son of Heaven had completely erupted, with those powerful great thousand worlds bearing the brunt, becoming battlefields. The celestial Tao destiny also began to spread, affecting more and more great worlds. The celestial spirit great world wasn't exempt from this turmoil either. More and more talents were emerging in the celestial spirit great world, some even possessing physiques not inferior to the primordial chaos body. The growth speed of talents could verify the foundation of a sect, and the clashes between talents also became excuses for the ambitious. The friction among the 9 sects was growing. There was no eternal peace, and for many strong individuals, peace was instead a restraint. They lay dormant, waiting for the opportunity to stir the winds and clouds of the world. This year, it was rare for Gu to host the Chinese New Year at the Taoist field of the beginningless, under an Zizai's organization. The new year was very lively. Some fourth-generation disciples were drinking with Guwen for the first time and were very excited. At the spring banquet, Guwen agreed that the fourth-generation disciples could start accepting disciples. The standard was the same as for the fourth-generation disciples. They could only accept one disciple. The fourth-generation disciples could then accept a second disciple, which made the disciples even happier. They were filled with emotions for the beginningless and naturally hoped it would grow stronger. Beneath the beginningless was the nine-spirit continent, a land rich in people and resources. With a call to arms, many would kneel before the dojo. The beginningless didn't lack sources of talent, but it lacked Guwen's approval. As evening approached, Guwen swayed the wine jug, gazing at the sunset. His eyes reflected an earth-shattering battle, one great thousand world invading another. Continuous streams of living beings crossed the void, never stopping even if they were torn to pieces. Sar the Nefire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Master, I've written a roster recording all the disciples. Would you like to take a look? An Exian came to Guwen's side and asked softly. Guwen had restrictions on the disciples accepted by the third and fourth generation disciples, but not on the second generation disciples. Now, the number of disciples in the beginningless had exceeded 150. Even the youngest disciple had grown up and could stand alone if they went out. Of course, to leave the beginningless, one must at least cultivate to the Zizai immortal realm. Guwen accepted the roster, opened it with one hand, and reviewed it carefully. He mainly focused on Nzin's writing, from which he could see the depth of her Tao intent and her mood while writing. Master, if the struggle for the Son of Heaven affects the celestial spirit great world, can the disciples be given a chance to train? An Exian saw that Guwen was in a good mood today, so she smiled and asked softly. Cultivation, apart from achieving longevity, was essentially about becoming stronger than others. After practicing for millions of years, only sparring with fellow sect members had become tedious for the disciples. They also wanted to vanquish demons and save all living beings, just like the stories Guwen wrote in his books. An Exian also wanted to do something to put her learning to use. All right, you can arrange it then. Guwen glanced at an Exian, smiling. His response made an Exian uneasy, fearing that Guwen might be angry. Master, if you don't want us to do this, we can refrain from going out. An Exian quickly expressed her intentions. Guwen smiled helplessly and said, I wouldn't play mind games with you all. Since I've agreed, it means I truly consent. Hearing this, an Exian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but over the past million years, she felt Master had become more and more dignified. Although he still smiled, an extraordinary aura of transcendence brought her increasing pressure with each passing day. If she felt this way, what more the other disciples? Guwen heard her thoughts but did not explain. Nowadays, he no longer cared about what others thought. Even if they were nervous facing him, so what? After all, he would not harm the people around him. Nervousness wouldn't affect anything. He was now thinking about one thing, when to break through. Currently, he had a lifespan of 16 trillion years, a vast amount, but he felt it wasn't stable enough for a breakthrough. Of course, if he were to wait for a quadrillion years, he wouldn't be able to endure it. After hearing Guwen's words, an Exian felt she had overthought, beginning to speculate on what Master was thinking. Master wasn't a petty person. He either agreed or disagreed, never letting the disciples guess. Then, she toasted Guwen with a glass of wine before bowing and taking her leave. In the torn dark void, figures of living beings were fighting everywhere. More than the stars, a heartbreaking sight. Explosions appeared continuously in all directions, with distortions in time and space, mysterious shadows traversing the darkness. Zhang Buku, clad in silver armor, was also fighting. He wielded a long spear, his momentum unstoppable. No one could block him, and his gaze was always fixed on a massive shadow in the distance. Molo Qilin. Zhang Buku didn't know the name of this demon, nor could he see its true form. Only the crimson eyes of the Molo Qilin, which filled him with dread. What a terrifying evil demon! Its momentum was even stronger than the celestial calming god. He was filled with confusion, wondering how the Son of Heaven could drive such an evil demon to fight for him. Did the celestial court not intervene? Although he was a heavenly soldier with the status of an immortal god, he didn't even have the qualification to step into the celestial court. Sometimes thinking about it made him feel bitter. But after the bitterness came an even greater fighting spirit. He must ascend the heavenly ascension stairs. He must go to the celestial court. Zhang Buku's eyes grew determined as he cast aside his inner distractions and charged towards the Molo Chilan. The struggle for the Son of Heaven had begun. Their task was to seize this great thousand world. As pioneers, they could not retreat. The celestial court's destiny kept them immortal. Since they wouldn't die, even if the opponent was strong, he would fight fearlessly. Many heavenly soldiers had the same thought, all striving to slay the Molo Chilan. In the exceedingly distant void, atop the gigantic Molo Chilan's head stood a man in black. He crossed his arms over his chest, his face coldly arrogant. He looked down at the heavenly soldiers charging toward him with contempt in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753. The crazy immortal, the immortal gods of the celestial court are truly foolish and arrogant. The man in black muttered in a low voice. He raised his right hand and reached forward into the air as if it were a dragon's claw. With a wave, a vast expanse of black energy surged forward, sweeping relentlessly. Within the rolling black mist emerged countless figures clad in black armor, strikingly similar to the heavenly soldiers, but entirely black. As soon as this dark heavenly army emerged, their terrifying murderous intent shook the entire battlefield, drawing innumerable creatures to turn their heads and look. On this void battlefield, apart from the heavenly soldiers and evil demons, there were more Taoists from the two great worlds, from all races, making it extremely chaotic. The battlefield was vast and impossible to judge with the naked eye. Yet even so, this dark heavenly army made all beings feel a sense of dread. All heavenly soldiers, follow me and kill! The loud shout of the celestial calming god rang out. As soon as the words fell, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers shouted in unison. The celestial Tao destiny within them fully erupted, wrapping around them like true sun fire, increasing their momentum dramatically. At this moment, at the edge of the void, Fang Xian and the 6 others who had sworn brotherhood with the blood prison great saint were also fighting fiercely, and from afar, they were all shocked and alarmed. Brother, such a battlefield is not something we can meddle in. These people, and those heavenly soldiers, they are simply insane. Heavenly soldiers are immortal and naturally fearless. Those people are fighting desperately for immortal fate. If second brother were here, he would definitely also fight desperately. Fang Xian listened to his brother's words, without a sound. They kept their distance from each other, seemingly fighting individually, but actually cooperating, full of tacit understanding. Fang Xian's heart was also restless, hesitating whether to retreat. Search * the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He remembered that heavenly army who had previously captured them. If it hadn't been for the intervention of the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although these heavenly soldiers were not a match for the supporting Tao Sword Venerable, their own strength was very formidable. But such a powerful heavenly army seemed like challengers on this void battlefield. Fang Xian gazed at the terrifying figure of the demonic Chilan, filled with dread and curiosity. Fight at the edge. Do not approach, Fang Xian said, and the other 5 naturally had no objections. Unlike the warring factions, they had not decided to join any faction of the Son of Heaven. They came to observe the situation first, only to be entangled by a group of madmen upon arrival. These beings did not know them nor felt the same destiny, directly treating them as enemies. Now Fang Xian and the 6 seemed like a third-party faction, as beings from both great worlds would target them. Because they were here for immortal fate, they dared not go all out, Rather, they were restricted in their actions. This battlefield was merely a microcosm of the 3,000 great worlds, with hundreds of void battlefields fighting simultaneously, each battlefield featuring demonic Chilants and heavenly soldiers. All of this was in Guan's eyes. Just the struggle for the Son of Heaven had sent out more than 10 million heavenly soldiers. The celestial court's foundation was deep indeed. In the memories of Gu Xian, Guan had witnessed truly powerful heavenly armies, far beyond what these heavenly soldiers could compare. To enter the celestial court, one must at least be at the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm. Within the celestial court, there was a heavenly army with the lowest cultivation level being Taiqing Golden Immortal, which once dispatched 1 million soldiers to besiege those fierce demons. 1 million Taiqing Golden Immortals, how terrifying, and they were immortal. Destroyed, they could be revived with the celestial court's destiny. When Gu Xian was besieged by the immortal gods of the celestial court, he often felt powerless. Even though the enemies were like insects in his eyes, he couldn't kill them. Over time, these insects posed a great nuisance to him, and moreover, the celestial court did not only send heavenly soldiers to besiege him. Each war in the struggle for the Son of Heaven would last for many years, fighting until one side completely lost their will to fight. Defeat would lead to escape, as many defeated beings, ashamed to face their master, would flee the struggle for the Son of Heaven, escaping to great worlds yet untouched by war. 1,000 years later, several uninvited guests fled to the celestial spirit great world. They did not come through the world gate, angering the celestial spirit god, who directly killed them. This was just the beginning. In order to maintain his celestial authority, the celestial spirit god became the guardian of the celestial spirit great world. But as the invading beings grew stronger, the celestial spirit god of the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm began to feel pressure. Fortunately, the Tai immortal monarch timely assisted, sending the 72 immortals of Jindong to help capture the invaders of the celestial spirit great world. Guan was very satisfied with Tai immortal monarch's attitude. He acted even without instructions. Despite past grievances, once becoming allies, he became more and more pleased with Tai immortal monarch, even more so than the celestial spirit god. Over these millions of years, Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jindong did many things for the human world, leaving numerous legends and legacies of immortal gods. The development of the celestial spirit great world owed part of its success to them. Tai immortal monarch could not guess what Guan wanted, but he was sure that benefiting the celestial spirit great world would satisfy Guan. When Guan did not stop him, he felt he had found the right direction. As more and more outer heaven invaders arrived, they stirred up increasing chaos in the human world. Some took disciples, whose masters might not reveal their purpose, and when the master died, the disciples naturally sought revenge, snowballing into hatred. This hatred even extended to the celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, and other immortal gods. The immortal gods were indifferent, but they underestimated human nature. Another 50,000 years passed. The celestial spirit great world erupted in conflict. The 9 sects began to battle individually, and other sects quickly chose sides, starting to fight. Though the Tao court had dissolved, its legends remained, with many aspiring to achieve world unity. Stirred by or aided by outer heaven invaders, they could no longer suppress their ambitions. To the invaders, the more chaotic the world, the better they could hide. Above the sea of clouds, a magnificent giant red pavilion floated, with clouds rolling below. Occasionally, there were ridge-like grand Qilin horns undulating, sparking imagination. Li Xuanmiao and the celestial destruction god stood side by side on the terrace, gazing into the distance. The celestial destruction god still wore divine armor, sharp and imposing, while Li Xuanmiao exhibited the transcendence of an enlightened immortal. This struggle for the Son of Heaven affects the 3,000 great worlds. Is it really all right? Li Xuanmiao asked, his eyes seeing the chaos in the 3,000 great worlds. The struggle for the Son of Heaven was far more terrifying than he imagined. What baffled him most was that the celestial court was unconcerned with the situation of the 3,000 great worlds. The immortal gods cared more about their own cultivation and were more vigilant about whether strong realms beyond the 3,000 great worlds had offensive intentions. I have heard that the celestial Tao Venerable possesses divine skills to create the 3,000 great worlds. Even if they annihilated, the Supreme would recreate them. The 3,000 great worlds are dispensable to the celestial court. The celestial destruction god said emotionlessly. Li Shuamiao turned his head towards him and asked, "If that's the case, why create the 3,000 great worlds?" The celestial destruction god answered, "Because the 3,000 great worlds are established by the great Tao. If missing, the power of the great Tao would fill the void, affecting celestial Tao destiny. Moreover, the celestial court needs all living beings' worship to enhance destiny. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 754. The inevitable conclusion. The celestial destruction god's response made profound mystery think of many possibilities, and he began to suspect heavenly Tao itself. The two fell into silence, each lost in thought. The enormous red pavilion continued its journey, the mysterious ridged armor below subtly visible through the clouds, with a low, thunder-like breathing sound faintly heard. "All right, don't overthink it. You are already an immortal god and should no longer view problems from a mortal's perspective. Excessive compassion will only harm you. The celestial court has celestial rules. If you stay in the celestial court long enough, you'll realize that all your current concerns are meaningless." The celestial destruction god spoke. Although his immortal position was one rank lower than Profound Mystery, their relationship was very amiable, and Profound Mystery did not require him to be overly formal in private. Profound Mystery nodded and said, "Perhaps I really do need to adjust my mindset." Saying this, he still felt a deep dissatisfaction with the immortal gods. The reason he had followed Gu En initially was that he believed Gu En to be an immortal god. Later, real immortal gods appeared, but they were not like he had imagined. The true protector of all living beings was Gu En. When he arrived at the celestial court, he held on to a faint hope that the celestial court internally would be compassionate towards all living beings, but that turned out not to be the case. In the celestial court, let alone compassion for mortal spirits, if he didn't initiate, not a single immortal god would mention the 3,000 great worlds. He heard more about Primordial Emperor Domain, Misty Immortal Court, Endless Tao Mountain, Abyss Tao Sea, and other great Tao realms. The different levels made it difficult for Profound Mystery to adapt. The 3,000 great worlds had so little presence. How could he not feel disheartened? This struggle for the Son of Heaven is likely to last many years. It is said that the cultivation levels of the two Sons of Heaven are roughly the same, and now they are both in seclusion. No matter which side gains the upper hand, they will eventually face off against each other. The more destiny their camps accumulate, beyond showcasing their talents, it also boosts their own destiny. Once the Sons of Heaven take action, the 3,000 great worlds are destined to turn to ashes. The celestial destruction god spoke softly and then paused before saying, "With the divine venerables around, the struggle for the Son of Heaven should not involve us. You can rest easy." CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Profound Mystery shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid of trouble. Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. I heard the quota for the 100,000 stars has been opened. Are you really going to try?" The celestial destruction god nodded and said, "I managed to transfer from under the god of destruction to under the divine venerable. I must now complete the transformation of my divine authority. The stars are good. It allows for peaceful cultivation and easier access to the great Tao." Profound Mystery, being an immortal monarch, had yet to secure a specific immortal authority. However, he was not worried because his master, the radiant divine venerable, had already made arrangements for him. Now, apart from cultivation, he represented his master, walking through the heavenly realm, using his master's name to acquaint himself with various immortal gods. The two began discussing their upcoming travels. The immortal palace they were visiting also had significant backing, and even the celestial destruction god looked forward to this trip. He benefited from profound mystery's influence. This kind of visit wasn't just for conversation. They would either get to hear the Tao or receive the other's bounty. Not only did various immortal gods respect the radiant divine venerable, but they also had high hopes for profound mystery's future. Anyone who could pass the heavenly Tao's test and ascend had boundless potential. The test imposed by the heavenly Tao was a battle between mortal spirits and immortal gods, its difficulty nearly impossible to overcome. Despite the celestial court owning countless universes, those who could ascend like profound mystery were few and far between. Many relied on connections with immortal gods for selection to immortality. A day in heaven is a year on earth, and conflicts in the 3,000 great worlds were rapidly evolving. Another 10,000 years passed, and there was no pure land left in the 3,000 great worlds, filled everywhere with slaughter and war. This year, in the celestial spirit great world, sects were contending for supremacy externally, while evil demons invaded from outside. Even the celestial spirit god guarding the world gate experienced defeat. Disciples of Wuxia began to emerge, rescuing the suffering beings. In the imperial palace on the Taicang continent, Guan was playing chess with Li Xiandao. The weather was cool, and a gentle breeze stroked their hair. At this moment, Li Xiandao frowned deeply, pondering. Guan casually waved a folding fan in one hand and held a teacup in the other, feeling utterly at ease. Even the 10 or so shooting stars streaking across the sky did not catch his attention. Li Xiandao took a deep breath and said, "I lost." He lifted his eyes to Guan, wanting to speak but hesitating. "You have something on your mind. Speak up, don't hold it in," Guan said with a smile. As long as he didn't deliberately avoid it, anyone's inner thoughts would directly reach his ears. However, some words still needed to be said by the other party. Li Xiandao stared at Guan intently and said, "There are unified sects in this world, but no unified imperial dynasty. Even the bygone holy court focused primarily on the immortal cultivation realm, disregarding the safety and well-being of common people. I want the Taicang dynasty to become the ruler of the world. I want to be an unprecedented emperor." Over the years, Li Xiandao had always been cautious, considering Guan in every decision to avoid disapproval, which was why the Taicang dynasty had remained problem-free. With Guan around, Li Xiandao never acted recklessly. But over time, he too would feel weary and needed a greater goal to invigorate himself. "If you want to contend, then contend. I've never restricted or obstructed you, have I?" Guan said with a shake of his head and a laugh. Li Xiandao breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Guan didn't mind. "Then I will strive for it." Over the years, the Taicang dynasty has been accumulating power. Since Yang Jian left, Long Tongue has taken on the responsibilities. He is even stronger than Yang Jian. Speaking of this, pride filled Li Zuando's face. Long Tongue was the son of Long Qing, equivalent to Gu An's grand disciple. By virtue of this relationship, Li Xiandao treated Long Tongue very well, even allowing the Long family to grow strong. Long Tongue did not disappoint him, never overstepping bounds. In both the court and among the people, there was just that Long Tongue was more like a crown prince. Long Tongue had indeed grown significantly, achieving the title of Primordial Tao Emperor in his youth. Now, he had reached the cultivation level of Taoist Zhangzizai Immortal. He was the face of the Taicang dynasty, and even if he did not take action, no force dared to offend the Taicang dynasty in the surrounding seas. He had come this far with considerable help from Gu, and Long Tongue's magnanimous and upright character greatly aligned with Gu An's preferences. Now, Guan spent more time visiting him than Long Qing. Li Xiandao was also a Taoist Zhangzizai Immortal, but he kept it well hidden. The world only knew him as a free immortal. The strength of his cultivation meant that Li Xiandao was no longer constrained by aristocratic families or sections. The Taicang dynasty truly belonged to him now. It was what he once dreamed of. Guan smiled and said, "Then let me see how far you can go. Anyway, I won't be helping you. In my eyes, the Taicang dynasty is no different from any other dynasty in the world. I hope you understand this." In stern tones, Li Xiandao said, "Of course. How could we ask you to intervene in conquering the world? How would the world even play a part if you did? To be honest, the reason I want to unify the world is not only for the sake of all living beings but more so to realize my own ideals. I want to become a figure in the celestial spirit great world's history who is never forgotten. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755. The Immortal Lectures regarding Li Xuando's ambition. Guwen gave no comment. Every person has their own goals, and even the greatest people have their private thoughts. He himself is such a person. Li Xiandao has the right to choose his own life, as long as he does not bring calamity to the entire world. There are so many evil people in this world, and many who stir up warfare. Killing them all is impossible. After chatting with Li Xiandao for half a day, Guwen wandered alone in the Taizong dynasty, while Li Xiandao excitedly returned to the imperial study to start planning his military campaign. Unlike the chaos in various places, the Taizong continent has always been peaceful, unaffected by the trends of the world. However, even in peaceful lands, there are people in suffering. If Guwen encounters them, he does not hesitate to help. He has the ability to save the world, but he does not do so because of the laws of the Great Tao. Helping individuals is simply because he wishes to. Sometimes, when he sees the fate of some people change because of him, Guwen feels a sense of joy. His figure disappeared into the vast crowd of the city, seemingly inconspicuous and insignificant to this world. In the void, countless sword shadows floated in all directions, forming a spectacular sword array. Each sword shadow was larger than stars, and within the array stood a disheveled red-clothed sword cultivator, holding a sword, surrounded by violent and chaotic sword chi. His gaze fixed on Leah outside the sword array. Though far apart, their eyes met, causing intense spatial fluctuations along the way. Leah, dressed in black, pointed his finger like a sword, his sword intent emanating naturally. In the dark void behind him, a dreadful sword shadow stood, formed by his sword intent. Such powerful sword intent. Clearly, your cultivation level is just beginning to enter the Taoist collection Freedom Immortal realm, but the strength of your sword intent grants you the ability to excel within your realm. The red-clothed sword cultivator spoke, his tone full of admiration, seemingly unfazed by the sword array before him. Li Ya's eyes were cold, staring at him, and asked, "From which realm do you come? Why have you come to the celestial spirit great world? Why have you sacrificed so many souls to your sword Tao?" The red-clothed sword cultivator laughed and said, "I come from the Qingyu great world, which you should not have heard of. As for why I have come, there are unavoidable reasons. I am severely injured, my sword intent suffering karma retribution, and I need numerous souls to heal." Leah frowned, surprised at the other's honesty. Despite the severe injuries, he still possesses such strength. Li Ya's heart was filled with hesitation, not fearing the red-clothed sword cultivator, but realizing that powerful cultivators like him from outer heaven are increasing. Some, like the red-clothed sword cultivator, use lives for healing, while others establish sects with hidden ambitions. Whether inside or outside heaven, the situation grows increasingly chaotic. Seeing your aptitude, I can forgive your offense. Serve as my sword slave, and I can show you higher realms. This great world will only become more chaotic, and one day, even the immortal gods guarding it will struggle to survive. The red-clothed sword cultivator looked at Leah, sneering as he spoke. At his words, Leah felt countless eyes in the dark observing him like cold snakes and scorpions, making him uncomfortable. Boom! A terrifying impact came from the dark depths, stirring the Tao spiritual qi along the way, causing Li Ya's black clothes to flutter, making him instinctively turn to look. CTH Novelfire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He saw two figures exuding terrifying auras rapidly colliding in the distance, their movement techniques far surpassing his perception, making him heart-poundingly fearful. One of those auras should belong to the legendary celestial spirit god. The celestial Tao destiny and the celestial Tao light layer of the celestial spirit great world were completely alike, only more oppressive. Even the celestial god is entangled? Leah thought secretly, and at that moment, a fierce wind blew towards him, making him instinctively turn back. His pupils dilated as he saw the red-clothed sword cultivator penetrate his sword array, killing towards him. The red-clothed sword cultivator had a grim and horrifying smile, reaching out his right hand for Lia's head, like a vengeful ghost extending its hand. Under the bright sun, in a bustling and prosperous city, Guan leaned against a courtyard wall, holding a large chicken leg. As he chewed, he said indistinctly, Zhao Zilong marched through an army of millions, relying on a long spear and a white horse to charge in and out, staining the baby in his arms with blood. In front of him stood a dozen children, both boys and girls, the oldest no more than 13, the youngest just over 5, all nervously watching Guan, waiting for him to continue. Guan stopped, swallowing hard as if he choked and gently patted his chest. Meat alone isn't enough. Who will sneak a jar of wine from home for me? Guan asked with a smile, causing the children to burst into an uproar. You already spent a lot of our money on this roast chicken, and now you want a drink? How can you be like that? The chicken isn't finished yet, and you want to drink? Liar. Big liar. Continue the story. How can you stop here? The children were anxious, some raising their small fists as if they wanted to hit Guan. The people playing in the street looked over curiously. Most found it odd that Guan, who dressed richly, would argue with a group of children. Mothers with children quickly moved away, fearing Guan was a bad person. Guan smiled even wider, his eyes glinting. What do you understand? If you bought the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it would cost more than a roast chicken. If you hired a storyteller of my caliber, it would cost even more, far beyond the price of a jar of wine or a chicken. You've got a good deal. An older boy argued angrily. Stop lying. It's not an immortal book. It can't be that expensive. Hey, don't say. There's indeed a version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms about immortal cultivation. Do you know what cultivation technique Zhao Zilong practiced? Guan's words quickly dispelled the boy's anger, replaced with curiosity, as other children also showed curious expressions. Guan did not continue to speak but started to devour the chicken leg rapidly, the children urging him. Bang! A figure fell from the sky, landing on a nearby street, raising rolling dust and a strong wind, scaring the children in front of Guan into screams. The people in the street began to flee, turning everything into chaos. As the dust settled, two figures appeared. It was the red-clothed sword cultivator and Leah. The red-clothed sword cultivator held Leah by the neck with one hand, raising him in the air, covered in blood and very miserable. Still refused to submit? I've been very restrained. Otherwise this city would have turned to ashes. If you don't agree, I'll extract the souls of everyone in this city before your eyes to offer as sacrifices. The red-clothed sword cultivator sneered. Then his gaze swept around and quickly focused on Guan and the group of children gathered by the courtyard wall, making them stand out conspicuously. Leah faced away from Guan, unable to sense his presence, but noticed the red-clothed sword cultivator's gaze, glancing with his peripheral vision. His pupils shrank, and a strange smile appeared on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756. Unknown threat. Leah was delighted when he saw Guan, so a smile appeared on his face, but this delight was quickly replaced by embarrassment. SAR the Novel Fire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Every time he met Guan, he bragged about how free he was outside. Previously, Li Xianyu had exposed his lies in front of Guan, saying he often got injured. It was hard for him to cope with that, and this time he got caught red-handed by Guan. How could he not be embarrassed? The red-clothed sword cultivator noticed the change in Lia's expression. He squinted at Guan, who was surrounded by children, and sneered. You know this person? Leah replied with difficulty. I advise you not to act recklessly or else. Before he finished speaking, the red-clothed sword cultivator grabbed him and appeared out of nowhere, standing before the children, scaring them away with cries. The red-clothed sword cultivator scrutinized Guwen and asked, "Did you come specifically to rescue him? How could there be such a coincidence? He descended from the sky, chose a random city, and yet he encountered the captive's acquaintance." Guwen looked at the red-clothed sword cultivator and smiled. "I could be, or maybe not. If you put him down now, there might still be room to settle the conflict between you two." Humph! The red-clothed sword cultivator snorted coldly and suddenly reached out towards Guwen, moving as swiftly as lightning. Boom! A gust of wind arose out of nowhere, shaking everything on the street. The robes of the red-clothed sword cultivator and Leah fluttered violently. Their eyes widened with fear. Impossible! His hand was blocked by an invisible force, unable to touch Guwen. What astonished him the most was that the aura he released should have been enough to obliterate everything within 1,000,000 miles. Yet apart from the strong wind, nothing was destroyed around him. In a split second, he realized the vast difference in power between him and his opponent. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, he wouldn't be a match for this person. "Senior, the red-clothed sword cultivator hurriedly spoke, but before he could finish, Guwen's eyes turned cold, and he turned to ash. Thud! Leah fell to the ground, half kneeling, and touched his throat, feeling the cold mana dissipating. He turned to Guwen and couldn't help but ask, "Did you come specifically to rescue me? You have successfully taken 31,782,281 years of lifespan from the Red Sword Ghost Demon, late stage of heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. Only 31 million years of lifespan. A bit too little," Guwen replied. "I have been in this city for 2 days, telling those children the story of the romance of the 3 kingdoms. I've almost finished half of it." Upon hearing this, Leah was horrified. Could it be that Guwen had foreseen things to this extent? That red-clothed sword cultivator randomly chose a place to descend but happened to land near Guwen. During the descent, he didn't feel Guwen's presence, which means Guwen really calculated that he would come here, and it was 2 days ago. Leah was now the primordial Tao Emperor. His cultivation level had reached the Taoist collection Freedom Immortal Realm, and he had his understanding of the path of cause and effect derivation. However, he still couldn't fathom how Guwen did it. It was too incredible. Seeing Leah's terrified expression, Guwen asked with a smile, "What? Do you want me to reveal a bit of heavenly secrets to you? Like today's calamity, you will face more of in the future?" No, I don't want to know," Leah hurriedly interrupted, extremely flustered. Even so, Guwen's words already left him cold. Would he face similar troubles in the future? Although he often got injured and said he didn't mind, who would want to get hurt if they could avoid it? Leah wasn't a masochist. He didn't fight to get badly injured every time. Unfortunately, his strength was inadequate. Guwen changed the topic and asked, "Do you need my help to heal?" Leah's face turned awkward, and he shook his head in refusal. "Then take your time recovering. I'm leaving." Guwen said these words and disappeared from where he stood. Was it Leah's illusion? Or did he see Guwen's lips curl into a smile when he turned around? The feeling of relief from surviving was quickly replaced by embarrassment and shame, making him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. He could only try to think positively that junior brother Gu had saved him more than once, and he should get used to it. Just the thought of being held by the throat and lifted into the air made his face flush with embarrassment. He didn't want to face Guwen, and luckily Guwen didn't stay longer. According to junior brother Gu, the world will become even more chaotic in the future. Leah thought worriedly, seemingly unable to escape the feeling of powerlessness no matter how high his cultivation level reached. The path of the great Tao was indeed long. When could he become like junior brother Gu, with the ability to laugh at the world? Dust flew as Leah stood on the street, lost in thought until the presence of approaching civilians brought him back to reality. Then he vanished from the spot. Rescuing Leah was just a minor episode. Guwen didn't mind much. If it wasn't for this catastrophe that left Leah with no hope, he wouldn't have intervened even if Leah suffered a lot. But this incident was enough to prove that the celestial spirit great world had been forced into the struggle for the Son of Heaven. Besides hiding and creating chaos, some of the outsiders were also working for the Son of Heaven to win over the major sections. In Guan's view, the celestial spirit great world would inevitably fall into turmoil. More and more outer heaven visitors and immortal gods appeared, causing the future of the celestial spirit great world to change daily, all reflected in Guan's eyes. He saw countless outcomes in the future. Knowing all results, he could choose the destiny he was satisfied with, but for now he didn't want to intervene. As long as the celestial court didn't invade the celestial spirit great world on a large scale, other situations were just minor skirmishes. In a good mood, Guan walked through the mountains, humming a tune while observing the changes in the destiny of heaven and earth. He saw many people's hardships. Even the Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jindong would fall into dire situations. On the other side, among the continuous mountains, on a hillside, the 72 immortals of Jindong were distributed, some meditating and cultivating, some comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, others deducing the future. The purple dragon star monarch looked towards the horizon, his brows furrowed slightly. A female immortal approached him curiously and asked, "Senior brother, what are you looking at? You've been frowning for quite a while." The purple dragon star monarch softly replied, "Something is watching the celestial spirit great world. Even I cannot fully deduce its cause." The female immortal said indifferently, "Now that the struggle for the Son of Heaven has begun, even though the 3,000 great worlds are inhabited by mortal spirits, there are always some Taoists. Perhaps someone is weighing whether to hide in this world." "No, it doesn't feel like a mortal spirit." The purple dragon star monarch shook his head. These words made the female immortal feel surprised. "Not a mortal spirit? You mean a Son of Heaven has targeted the celestial spirit great world?" the female immortal asked. The purple dragon star monarch replied, "It's not a Son of Heaven, and it's not even an immortal. I can't say for sure, but maybe something wants to take advantage of the struggle for the Son of Heaven to commit evil in the 3,000 great worlds." Upon hearing this, the female immortal's face turned serious. Although the celestial court seemed unshakable, there were many hidden enemies, not just within the range of the celestial Tao destiny, but also many terrible beings in the chaos watching the celestial court, waiting for an opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757. Tao Extreme lectures on the Tao time continued to flow rapidly. In the ever-running river of time, new heroes kept emerging. Some met with death and defeat, while others continued to forge ahead meticulously. The chaotic world was a torment for the mortal spirits, yet for many cultivators, it was a rare opportunity. However, the opportunities they sought often hid an abyss representing death. Another 1,000,000 years passed. Guan, now 11,560,000 years old, was guiding a 7th-generation disciple in cultivation. Indeed, the 7th generation had emerged within the beginningless. Since disciples were now allowed to accept apprentices, Guan did not impose too strict restrictions on his grand disciples. His only requirement was to accept only one apprentice at a time, and only after that disciple had matured could they take on a second disciple. The beginningless did not engage in worldly disputes, but the grand world gate stood tall, symbolizing the pride of all disciples. Without Guan's orders, they adhered to strict apprenticeship selection. They only considered those who could potentially be the first among their peers. Duanli was very excited. He never expected that while training in the forest today, he would be chosen by ancestor Master Wuxia for guidance. He was so thrilled that he felt dizzy, and much of what Guan said was lost to him, as his mind felt muddled. Guan was quite helpless. This boy was too easily excited, responding without understanding many things. "If you don't settle down soon, I'm leaving," Guan said sternly, instantly jolting Duanli back to his senses. "What am I doing?" Duanli broke into a cold sweat and quickly said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor, I'm sorry. I'm just too excited. I didn't mean it." He was so anxious that he was about to cry. In several decades within the beginningless Taoist field, he had only seen Gu En a few times. This was his first conversation with Gu En, and it was for cultivation guidance. If he angered Gu En, his master, grandmaster, and great-grandmaster wouldn't forgive him. All right, he'll teach you a brand new cultivation technique. How about that? Gu En suddenly said. How could Duan Li refuse? He quickly bowed to thank Gu and allowed Duan Li to kneel. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Duan Li's forehead. Just as Duan Li looked up, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he fell into a daze. Xia the Novel Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu En retracted his hand, walked past him, and headed out of the dojo, thinking about picking some matured medicinal herbs today. After an hour, Duan Li trembled and woke as if from a dream. He hurriedly stood up, looking around and calling out for the ancestor. Why are you shouting? Do you think you can call for the ancestor so casually? An impatient voice came, and Duan Li saw a figure emerge from the depths of the forest. Upon seeing the person's face, Duan Li quickly bowed respectfully. Grandmaster LV. Duan Li said respectfully, his body tense. LV Xian walked up to him, looking displeased. Why were you calling out for the ancestor? Today he had some free time and wandered into this forest. He had a vague impression of Duan Li, remembering him as a seventh-generation disciple, given the number of disciples within the beginningless Taoist field. Just now, the ancestor taught me a cultivation technique. I wanted to thank him, Duan Li answered truthfully. There had never been any incidents of fellow disciples harming each other within the beginningless, so Duan Li felt no need for caution and answered whatever his grandmaster asked. Oh! LV Xian raised his eyebrows. He believed Duan Li wouldn't lie, especially since this was the beginningless Taoist field. His master hadn't taken on new disciples for many years, let alone guided grand-disciples in cultivation. Could there be something special about this boy? LV Xian scrutinized Duan Li closely, making the latter very uneasy. Duan Li wanted to escape, but he didn't dare offend LV Xian. LV Xian couldn't discern anything unusual about Duan Li, so he casually asked, What's the name of the cultivation technique the ancestor taught you? His master had created many techniques, and different techniques could indicate how much his master valued this boy. Destiny-defying divine skill, Duan Li answered cautiously. Destiny-defying divine skill. LV Xian was stunned, standing rooted to the spot. Wasn't this his father LV Baishan's cultivation technique? His father had been dead for a long time. Usually, he wouldn't even think about his father. Growing up, knowing his body housed another soul, he harbored deep hatred for his father, wanting to personally kill him. But gradually, he came to understand. Because he was busy exploring the outside world, he missed his father's funeral. He seemed indifferent, but a thorn remained in his heart. Unexpectedly, his master still remembered his father. LV Xian recalled how long ago his father often discussed with him how to cultivate Gu En into the next sect leader. Those years were long gone. The specific memories were fading, and his father's face had become blurred. Grandmaster LV, are you all right? Duan Li asked nervously, feeling anxious. Could this destiny-defying divine skill have some great significance? He believed the ancestor wouldn't harm him, but he feared the significant background of this skill might be beyond his capacity. LV Xian came to his senses, showing a complex smile. Nothing, cultivate well. Since you've got the true teachings from the master, your fortune is deep. Cherish it well. If you disgrace this technique, he'll be the first to deal with you. These words made Duan Li's legs tremble, making LV Xian shake his head with a smile before turning to leave. He needed to reflect on the past, to avoid forgetting his origins. LV Xian suddenly understood why his master often daydreamed. Perhaps it was to recall the past, to always remember who he was. In the following days, the news of Duan Li receiving teachings from Gu En spread throughout the dojo, arousing curiosity among all disciples. Even second-generation disciples summoned him to observe his talents and comprehension. Unfortunately, Duan Li did not exhibit greater aptitude than other disciples. However, this did not disappoint the disciples. Instead, it heightened their anticipation. The master couldn't possibly mistake. Even if Duan Li didn't seem exceptional, received by the master, he would certainly excel in the future. Thus, 10 years quickly passed. Since imparting the skill to Duan Li, Gu En had not sought him out again. This morning, he heard of a great power preaching at the endless Tao mountain, which piqued his interest, and he decided to attend. The great power was a Tao extreme Daluo immortal with profound Tao practice. Listening to the teachings would definitely be beneficial. However, Gu An's true self needed to pick medicinal herbs, so he sent a clone, suppressing its cultivation level to the heaven-opening Daluo immortal realm. The clone moved at great speed, soon entering the endless Tao mountain's domain. In the dim sky, the majestic Tao mountain peaks loomed amidst the spiritual fog, mysterious and solemn. Gu En flew towards an old acquaintance, Hongya Zi, who had been very hospitable during their first meeting, introducing him to many fellow Taoists. Since Hongya Zi was also here, it was natural to go see him. Approaching the Tao mountain of the great power preaching, Gu En soon spotted Hongya Zi. As before, he was chatting and laughing with several cultivators, enjoying the moment. Hongya Zi was the first to notice Gu En, exclaiming with joy, "Fellow Taoist Meng Lang, long time no see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 758. Zhang Rulai. Beyond the heavenly Tao looking at Hongya Zi, Gu En smiled and nodded at him. Hongya Zi, after saying a few words to those around him, flew towards Gu En. It had been millions of years since their last meeting, and Hongya Zi was as enthusiastic as ever, holding Gu En's hand and having endless things to talk about. Gu En knew that the misty immortal court had had a rough time over the years. The Son of Heaven had been putting pressure on them, hoping they would participate in the struggle for the Son of Heaven. But the misty immortal court had its own pride and repeatedly refused. The Son of Heaven's patience had worn thin, and this put great pressure on the misty immortal court. Hongya Zi came to unwind and had no intention of getting involved in the matters of the misty immortal court. The two chatted for a while and then ascended Tao Mountain together. Along the way, Hongya Zi introduced Gu En to this Tao extreme Daluo immortal named Zhang Rulai, who was born in the primordial emperor domain. He had once been part of the immortal class, later reincarnated and started his cultivation anew, breaking free from the celestial court's destiny. No one knew how long he had lived. When Hongya Zi was young, he had heard of Zhang Rulai's name. His admiration for Zhang Rulai clearly surpassed that for the white-haired ancestor. After ascending the mountain, the two arrived at Zhang Rulai's dojo, which was vast and already filled with many people meditating. They found a corner and sat down. Listening to Hongya Zi recount Zhang Rulai's deeds, Gu En looked forward to seeing Zhang Rulai even more. Although Gu An's cultivation level was higher than Zhang Rulai's, he likely had not lived as long as Zhang Rulai. Even the venerable Gu Xianyu had lived through accelerated periods to achieve enlightenment, which requires the accumulation of years. Perhaps the conversation grew deeper, as Hongya Zi couldn't help lamenting the misty immortal court's stance towards the celestial court. Many of their fellow immortals who had ascended urged them to submit, but if the misty immortal court became the lackeys of the Son of Heaven, their status would surely decline, unless this Son of Heaven truly became the celestial emperor. Otherwise, the path in the celestial court for the misty immortal court would only get narrower. Hongya Zi couldn't understand what those fellow immortals were thinking, being so bold as to gamble the fate of the misty immortal court. Perhaps they have their reasons, Gu En comforted him. Hongya Zi thought the same but was still filled with dissatisfaction towards those fellow immortal gods. Time passed quickly. A full 100 years passed before Zhang Rulai descended. By then, the dojo had gathered hundreds of thousands of listeners, a grand scale with the lowest cultivation level being heaven-balancing golden immortal. Zhang Rulai was enveloped in Tao light, with only Gu En able to see his true form. This person had skin like white jade, a face difficult to distinguish between male and female, with an extreme coldness between the eyebrows. Wearing a golden robe and a crown with golden horns resembling a flood dragon, He appeared like a supreme divine king descending, with the Dharma aspect of the world behind him, exuding overwhelming dominance. Because of the Tao light surrounding him, other listeners could not see Zhang Rulei's true form, but this did not prevent them from being shocked by his aura. The moment Zhang Rulei appeared, the entire dojo fell silent. I have traveled through chaos and Hongmeng and gained much insight. Today, I will expound the Tao of creation for you all. Zhang Rulei's voice resounded, his tone indifferent but carrying immense authority that left no room for doubt. Creation? Guwen was intrigued and began to look forward to Zhang Rulei's lecture. Without further ado, Zhang Rulei began his lecture. The vast Tao intent, as immense as the ocean, enveloped the entire dojo, making all the listeners feel as if they were journeying through chaos along with Zhang Rulei. Chaos was even more vast than the Tao universe, with chaotic spiritual energy surging, everything appearing bizarre and fantastical, and seeming to have immortal spirits traversing without leaving any traces. Guwen was also immersed in it. This lecture lasted 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, all the listeners felt as if they had been abruptly pulled out of a dream, feeling a sense of loss. Guwen looked up at Zhang Rulei, who still sat high on the Tao platform, radiating boundless Tao light, unrivaled in the world. Sitting beside him, Hongyazi opened his eyes, and after a brief moment of confusion, showed a look of longing. Such vast creation Tao. If I could obtain even 1/10 of his achievement, I could surpass my current realm obstacle, Hongyazi praised, and Guwen nodded slightly, not saying a word. Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He noticed that Zhang Rulei was gazing at a certain place outside Endless Tao Mountain with a serious look, seemingly on guard against something. Far away in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guwen's true self followed Zhang Rulei's gaze, crossing countless universes and arriving outside the heavenly Tao, close to the void near chaos, where a deep red mist was approaching the heavenly Tao. Oh! Guwen's true self raised an eyebrow. He could sense the incredibly terrifying power within that deep red mist. It should be noted that he was now at the peak of the Shen Qi primordial immortal realm. If something could make him feel threatened, it was certainly not simple. Looking towards the celestial court, as expected, a large number of immortal gods were flying towards the palace of the pole star, obviously startled by this mysterious force. Since the celestial court was already paying attention, Guwen did not need to worry too much. The celestial spirit great world was located at the edge of the 3,000 great worlds, not within the range of the celestial Tao destiny. For this mysterious force to threaten the celestial spirit great world, it would first have to break through the celestial court's layer of destiny. For the celestial court, destiny was its lifeblood, and it would certainly not let it have its way. Vaguely, Guwen saw some unseen and untouchable threads of cause and effect within the deep red mist, connecting with the 3,000 great worlds of the heavenly Tao. With his cultivation level, it was difficult to perceive these threads of cause and effect without careful observation. It must be known that he primarily cultivated the way of cause and effect. No wonder I have always felt there would be changes in the struggle for the Son of Heaven. It turns out the changes come from outside the heavenly Tao. Guwen thought silently. Although this crisis was not directed at him, he still believed it would be wise to break through as soon as possible. Once I reach a lifespan of 2 billion years, I will break through, Guwen decided in his heart. Meanwhile, at Endless Tao Mountain within the dojo, Zhang Rulei spoke. The path of creation is the cornerstone of the 3,000 great Tao. Even the great Tao itself is a creation. I hope you can understand the profound mystery of creation and attain the Tao soon. After speaking, he stood up. Tens of thousands of listeners also stood up and saluted him. Zhang Rulei sought nothing from his lecturing, yet it was deserving of their bowing in respect. Zhang Rulei transformed into a rainbow light and disappeared into the dim cloud sea. Guwen saw him flying in the direction of the celestial court. It seemed that although he had broken free from the celestial court, he still had connections with it. Fellow Taoist Meng, where will you go next? Hongyazi looked at Guwen and asked with a smile. Guwen heard his inner voice and answered, I plan to continue my journey through the myriad realms of the great Tao. Hongyazi wanted to follow him and see his dojo, but he didn't want to return to the misty immortal court. However, he couldn't bring Hongyazi back to the celestial spirit great world. In that case, why don't we travel together? Hongyazi suggested with a smile. Guwen had no objections and nodded in agreement. After all, he was just an avatar. Where he went and what he did would not affect his true self harvesting medicinal herbs. Seeing Guwen agree, Hongyazi was even happier. He grabbed Guwen's wrist and asked, "Then let's go, fellow Taoist Meng. Where do you think we should go first?" "I want to take a look at the underworld." "Just as well. I have acquaintances in the 9 Divine Mansion of the underworld. The profound abyss ancient tree of the 9 Divine Mansion is about to bear fruit. Perhaps we can witness a spectacle." "Is that so? That's perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 759. Dark Divine Sect. When Guwen's avatar traveled to the underworld with Hongyazi, Guwen's true form maintained his usual life rhythm, occasionally glancing at the deep crimson mist beyond the heavenly Tao. The sweeping speed of the deep crimson mist was fast, yet slow compared to the vastness of the great Tao, and it wouldn't touch the boundary of the celestial Tao destiny in a short time. It was worth noting that the celestial court hadn't taken any action against the deep crimson mist. Guwen saw numerous immortal gods fly into the palace of the pole star, then scatter away together as if nothing had happened. Could it be that the deep crimson mist involved some great cause and effect that made the celestial court cautious? Guwen couldn't help but think of Tai Hao. It was unknown when the ethereal celestial emperor would emerge from seclusion. Perhaps the immortal gods were awaiting the celestial emperor. As one great thousand world was completely conquered by another, the struggle for the Son of Heaven became intensely fierce. Both camps were utterly ruthless, casting these 3,000 great worlds into an era of dark turmoil. The greater the survival pressure, the more it would stimulate the birth of exceptionally talented beings. 27,000 years had passed since Zhang Rulei's teaching concluded. On this day, just past noon, Guwen rested in the courtyard, his body lying on a rocking chair, gently swaying. "I am the true monarch Qitian. Today I shall rescue the demon emperor. I dare anyone to try and stop me." A domineering roar resounded throughout the world, startling Shenzhen, who opened her eyes before the artifact refining cauldron. Not just her, all the disciples in the dojo heard, which piqued their curiosity. "Qitian, true lord, did you read your journey to the west again?" Shenzhen turned her head to Guwen, asking teasingly. Guwen didn't open his eyes, his face covered by a round fan, softly saying, "Who knows, to yell while rescuing someone. Either arrogant or foolish." Shenzhen laughed. "Whether successful or not, at least all living beings will remember his name, and know of his act to rescue the demon emperor." Beneath the round fan, the corner of Guwen's mouth lifted slightly, but he didn't reply. Cultivators across the world indeed were discussing the name of true monarch Qitian. This guy truly intended to rescue the demon emperor. Confident in his broad divine skills, he believed it would be successful. Yet, before he even saw the demon emperor, he was jointly suppressed by the 9 sect cultivators. Though the 9 major sects had begun to slaughter each other, they never ignored the demon emperor, dispatching great cultivators to guard him without concern for the wider world, their sole duty to watch over the demon emperor. After several days of great warfare, true monarch Qitian was thrown into the demon emperor's cave mansion, enduring endless days of darkness together. Interestingly, this true monarch Qitian was related to Guan. His ancestor was How Long, once raised by Gu and roaming the human world. How Long already carried a divine name. Occasionally returning to the Taoist field of the beginningless, he spent most of his time wandering and frolicking in the human world, his progeny numerous, truly upholding the dragon's dignity. In the dim cave chamber, heavy breathing echoed continuously. In the center sat a man in white clothes. Though his robes were torn, he remained unstained by dust, possessing an extraordinary aura. He was the demon emperor. In the corner of the cave loomed a curled shadow, like a fearsome giant serpent, from which the breathing came. If you're afraid, just bow and admit your mistakes to them. There might be a way out. The demon emperor spoke with closed eyes, his tone indifferent. At these words, demonic chi surged from the darkness, rushing towards the demon emperor. Silence! How could I be afraid? A furious shout erupted, revealing the fearsome shadow morphing into a disheveled man stepping forward. This man was none other than true monarch Chitian, with two sharp dragon horns sprouting from his head. He glared at the demon emperor, angrily saying, "Great sage equaling heaven was suppressed for 500 years without begging for mercy. How could I be afraid? Though I don't know who great sage is, 500 years can't compare to 1,000,000. Their patience far exceeds your imagination." The demon emperor spoke without opening his eyes. True monarch Chitian calmed down, confusedly asking, "They've imprisoned you for so long. For what? Couldn't they kill you?" "Of course. If they could kill me, they would have done it already. Perhaps in the depths of destiny. Heaven doesn't want me dead." The demon emperor's words piqued true monarch Kishin's curiosity. "What divine skill have you cultivated, making you unkillable? You should care about yourself first, figuring out how to endure the millennia ahead." True monarch Chitian, upon hearing this, sat cross-legged before the demon emperor and said, "Although I haven't been imprisoned for millennia, I've spent years in seclusion. At worst, I'll cultivate here." His eyes roamed, observing the demon emperor's exceptional aura, steady as a rock. He suddenly felt this might be his great opportunity. Just like the myths, surviving catastrophe could bring fortune. Perhaps he could learn the undying divine skill from the demon emperor. Sun Wukong in Journey to the West possessed an immortal body. Even the celestial court couldn't subdue him. The demon emperor remained silent, while true monarch Chitian watched him, scratching his head, pondering. The days of suppression were far harsher and more despairing than true monarch Chitian had anticipated. Endless hopelessness would be a form of extreme torment. SAR the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As time passed, true monarch Kishin's excitement and curiosity gradually faded, turning to agitation and rage, until all emotions were eradicated, leaving only numbness. Another 1,000,000 years passed. Guwen had just returned from the hidden spirit palace, entering the courtyard as an Exine quickly approached. "Master, recently a sect named Dark God Sect appeared in the human world. They widely spread scriptures, urging mortal spirits to believe in the Dark God, claiming darkness and light coexist. Though the world remains bright, bones litter the land, and people's hearts find no redemption. The Dark God will bring darkness to the world's dangers, offering salvation in the darkness." An Exine spoke with deep concern, deeply wary of the Dark God Sect. Guwen asked, "Has the Dark God Sect started disrupting the human world?" "No, locating their sect is impossible. Only numerous scriptures are spread, misleading hearts. The Immortal Cultivation Sect is busy fighting and vying for power, neglecting the Dark God Sect. But I've deduced it and can't see through them. There's something unusual behind the Dark God Sect." An Exine spoke earnestly, staring at Guwen, hoping her master could provide answers. Guwen looked towards the celestial vault and said, "The Dark God indeed exists. He has arrived, observing this human world." And Zin's eyes widened and she asked, "Where is he? What does he look like?" Guwen didn't respond, calmly watching the celestial vault. Beyond the celestial spirit great world, in infinite darkness, sat a skeletal figure. Leg bones supported the hand bones. Within the palms burned green flames, manifesting countless worldly scenes, rapidly transforming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760. The calamity from beyond the heavenly Tao. The white skeleton in the darkness sat motionless. Only the green flame in its palms flickered continuously, looking bewitching and eerie. After an indeterminate amount of time, Its skull slowly trembled. Dark eyes opened under its brow bone, representing the ultimate evil of the great Tao, profound and terrifying. It slowly lifted its right hand. Its bones spread apart, and 7 small bones wrapped in black mist flew out, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Having done all this, it closed its eyes again and continued to fall into slumber. Far away in the celestial spirit great world, Guwen did not tell an Exian about the origin of the dark divine sect, but said that the dark god resided in the outer heaven, making an Exian frequently look up to the sky, but she could see nothing, which only increased her desire for a higher realm. Under the background of world conflict, the dark divine sect, although drawing some attention, was not yet powerful enough to participate in the struggle for supremacy, so the major immortal cultivation sects did not pay much attention. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dark divine sect rapidly developed, eventually infiltrating various major sections. Those who were disillusioned and consumed by hatred were attracted to the ideals of the dark divine sect, and they even saw the divine presence of the dark god in their dreams, which obsessed them and drove them to madness. 50,000 years later, the dark divine sect had become an unignorable force in the human world, with followers in every sect. However, the dark divine sect could not stop the wars in the human world. Years of fighting had built up irreconcilable hatreds among the sects, and even if the dark divine sect stirred up trouble within them, they could not put aside their immediate enmity and interests. In the depths of the universe before the world gate, celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, the 72 immortals of Golden Cave, and Emperor Tianhong gathered here. Having regained his immortal position, Emperor Tianhong radiated with immortal light, brighter than the distant stars. At this moment, the faces of celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, and the 72 immortals of Golden Cave were extremely grave. They surrounded Emperor Tianhong, all remaining silent. Celestial spirit god was the first to break the silence and asked, "Are we sure this is related to the chaos evil demon beyond the heavenly Tao?" Emperor Tianhong nodded and said, "The chaos beyond the heavenly Tao is vast and boundless. Whether it is truly a chaos evil demon remains uncertain. The only thing certain is that there is an infiltration from beyond the heavenly Tao. Their methods are unbelievable and hard to capture. The celestial court is also observing the changes. One thing I can confirm is that the dark divine sect is a variable from beyond the heavenly Tao." Tai immortal monarch followed up, "The rise of the dark divine sect is indeed too rapid. Without being able to deduce its origin, we can only speculate from the cause and effect beyond the heavenly Tao." The 72 immortals of Golden Cave glanced at each other. Though they remained silent, the worry on their faces grew heavier. As heavenly court immortals, they were indifferent to the beings of the heavenly Tao but held great dread towards everything beyond the heavenly Tao due to numerous stories they had heard. In some respects, their indifference to the beings of the heavenly Tao was because their attention was focused beyond the heavenly Tao. What should we do now? If we let this continue, the celestial spirit great world may really come under the dominion of the dark divine sect. A Golden Cave immortal asked. They were not considering the well-being of the celestial spirit great world's beings but were thinking of Guwen. They were now serving Guwen, and if the celestial spirit great world were taken over by the dark divine sect, it would certainly affect Guwen, which would signify their incompetence. Tai immortal monarch pondered. Perhaps it is not that difficult. That existence has not instructed us, indicating the crisis is not yet substantial enough to disturb him. With his cultivation level, he should be able to perceive threats beyond the heavenly Tao. These words made sense to the assembled immortals. S.E.A. the novel F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu and could face the eternal life venerable, his cultivation level unfathomable. Regardless, although he has not given instructions, we cannot just stand by. Let's investigate together, Tai immortal monarch ordered. The immortals had no objections and soon dispersed. Celestial spirit gods stood at the world gate, watching the departing figure of Tai immortal monarch and could not help but sigh. Just this composure alone is beyond me. Even knowing the cause and effect related to the dark divine sect beyond the heavenly Tao, Tai immortal monarch did not hastily seek out Gu En but continued to act, intending to prove himself. If it were him, he would certainly have sought out Gu En, believing Gu En possessed greater insight. But then again, if Gu En could perceive it, what difference would it make if he asked or not? And if Gu En could not perceive it, telling him would not change the already established existence of the dark divine sect. According to his understanding of Gu En, even if Gu En could not fully understand the cause and effect of the dark divine sect, he would still not be completely unaware of its presence. Celestial Spirit God no longer thought about it and turned his gaze to the world gate. Within the Celestial Spirit Great World, the chaotic forces grew stronger, and the matters he could oversee became fewer. Guarding the world gate was his immortal position, a duty he had to ensure. At the very least, he could not allow intruders to break into the Celestial Spirit Great World through the world gate. Celestial Court, Guangfa Immortal Palace. In the vast hall, Li Xuanmiao, Celestial Destruction God, and hundreds of other immortals sat, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Each presented their Dharma aspect, resplendent and beautiful, exuding the unique aura of immortals. Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable sat at the head, overlooking all the immortals in the hall. Today's topic: how should the Celestial Court deal with the Dark God from the chaos? Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable spoke, and the immortals, his disciples, fell into contemplation even before he spoke. A white-haired elder at the front spoke first. The Dark God differs from the chaos evil demons we know. He originates from the Great Tao, sharing the same source. Simply eliminating his avatar cannot resolve the problem at the root. Perhaps we should start from what he desires. The Dark God spreads faith, following a path akin to the celestial courts, relying on worship. If all living beings don't yearn for darkness, he has no opportunity. This statement immediately prompted another immortal to respond. Easier said than done. The battle for the position of Son of Heaven has already begun. The two candidates will not relent, and neither will the immortal factions backing them. How can we end the catastrophe of the 3,000 great worlds? If it doesn't end, the hearts of all living beings will harbor darkness. At this, more immortals began to speak, each offering their opinions, and some even quarreled, making the atmosphere in the hall intense. Li Xuanmiao sat near the front but remained silent, patiently listening. Celestial Destruction God sat at the back and dared not speak lightly, knowing this was a test by Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable, requiring cautious handling. After a long time, Guangfa Tai Guang Divine Venerable interrupted. None of your strategies can avoid the struggle for the position of Son of Heaven. In your opinion, which is the greater calamity, the one brought by the Dark God or the battle for the position of Son of Heaven? As soon as he finished, the hall fell silent. No immortal or god dared to speak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761. Lifespan of 20 quadrillion years. In the grand hall of Guangfa Immortal Palace, it was silent. Those previously impassioned disciples were all silent, each with an unsightly expression, tinged with a bit of embarrassment. Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable swept his gaze over everyone in the hall, his eyes indifferent. Sir, the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Clearly, the disaster of the Tianzi contest is much more significant. How many beings can the Dark God harm? How many beings will the Tianzi contest affect? Even if the 3,000 great worlds can be reopened and remodeled, what about the beings that died? They will merely be replaced by new life. If the Tianzi contest is not resolved soon, other evil gods will continue to emerge. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the great hall, catching the attention of the immortal gods. Celestial Destruction God raised his eyebrows, showing a surprised expression, for the speaker was none other than Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao, a person who had ascended, had the least experience among the immortals present, yet he dared to utter such blasphemous words. Wasn't he afraid that some immortal gods among them were subordinates of the Son of Heaven? While being surprised, celestial destruction god, also felt a sense of admiration. From a young age, he considered his bravery unparalleled in the world, but after arriving at the celestial court, he became cautious, gradually losing his sharpness and becoming like those detestable immortal gods, bullying the weak. Li Xuanmiao's comments voiced his thoughts, but he could never say them aloud. Under the gaze of hundreds of immortal gods, Li Xuanmiao was unafraid, staring directly at Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable. From this moment, the subject was no longer Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable testing the disciples, but rather Li Xuanmiao testing Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable, at least in Li Xuanmiao's mind. Even if the disaster of the Tianzi contest is greater, how will you change it? In this celestial court, only the celestial emperor can alter everything. Seeing the celestial emperor is harder than becoming a supreme immortal. Even if you see him, what makes you think you can convince him? Do you think no immortal in the long years has ever suggested the same as you? Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable calmly asked while staring at Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao frowned, and the other immortal gods all let out a sigh of relief. At least Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable hadn't lost his mind. Although the two current contenders for the Son of Heaven might not shake Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable, once the Tianzi contest ends, that might not be the case. Historically, once the contest concludes, one side always rises, even if their final fate is tragic. In that stage, it isn't impossible for one to have the power to challenge Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable. Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable said, "Instead of complaining about the Tianzi contest, why not think about how to solve the chaos caused by the Dark God? You know, it's much easier to deal with the Dark God than to end the Tianzi contest. You bring up the Tianzi contest because you don't want to address the chaos caused by the Dark God, right?" The immortal gods showed awkward smiles, not daring to refute. Li Xuanmiao calmed down. Although he felt Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable made sense, he also thought Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable was avoiding the issue. While they thought about how to deal with the Dark God, would great powers like Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable consider how to solve the Tianzi contest? He didn't receive an answer, and Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable didn't continue on that topic but instead began discussing the great Tao origins of the Dark God. Using this topic, he continued preaching, deeply immersing the disciples in Tao intent, gradually making them forget their troubles. Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable looked at Li Xuanmiao. Li Xuanmiao had already closed his eyes, and Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable's gaze was full of appreciation and worry. "Disciple, the waters in this celestial court are much deeper than you think. Your arrogance can help you soar higher or cause you to fall harder." Guangfa Taiguang Divine Venerable raised his eyes and looked outside the hall at the celestial vault, his expression turning worried. He sighed in his heart. "Dark God, are you coming back?" 150,000 years later. Although the human world was still embroiled in conflict, the sky remained blue. On this day, Guan returned from Human World Peak, feeling quite upbeat because his lifespan had reached 20 million billion years. He planned to rest for a night and break through the next day. Returning to Taoist field of the beginningless, he greeted the disciples training and sparring along the way, which surprised them. Before he could return to his abode, an exine appeared ahead, urgently saying, "Master, the dark divine sect has made a move. A dark heavenly god has emerged, and even the immortal gods are powerless against him. If the immortal gods can't defeat him, they will naturally retreat. Aren't you going to intervene?" an exine asked. In her opinion, those immortal gods were already above all beings' existence. If even they couldn't deal with the dark heavenly god, only her master could resolve it. If her master couldn't solve it, they could only consider escaping. Guan replied, "Don't be anxious. The dark heavenly god doesn't seek to destroy the world. Moreover, it's not yet time for me to act." He paused and continued, "Tell the disciples that opposing the dark divine sect carries the risk of body and Tao disappearing. I may have the opportunity to avenge them, but I can't protect them at critical moments." Hearing this, an exine was reassured. Her master saying this clearly didn't take the dark divine sect seriously. The reason he wasn't acting now was likely to test all living beings. "I will warn them," an exine replied solemnly, then saluted and left. Gu-en continued through the woods, looking toward other great thousand worlds. Besides the celestial spirit great world, 6 great thousand worlds were enveloped by the dark heavenly gods. 7 dark heavenly gods had already suppressed the immortal gods of each world, then began releasing destiny, seemingly preparing to establish a new immortal god system. The dark god watched quietly from the great Tao. This dark god had a Tao extreme Daluo immortals cultivation level. Posing no threat to Gu-en, Gu-en was waiting for the opportunity to permanently eliminate him. Moreover, the deep crimson mist approaching the celestial Tao destiny had not stopped. Gu-en couldn't tell if the dark god was related to the crimson mist. From cause and effect there was no connection yet, but they both entered the celestial Tao range around the same time. Even if there was no direct connection, they were likely related. Dark God, why do you feel so similar to the heavenly court immortals, especially in the structure of destiny? Gu-en murmured as he walked. Sitting by the tree in meditation, Duanli opened his eyes upon hearing Gu-en's voice. Seeing it was Gu-en, he quickly got up and saluted. Grand disciple greets Grandmaster, Duanli said respectfully, but Gu-en ignored him and walked past him. Watching Gu-en's back, Duanli hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and following, asking, Grandmaster, I have questions about the destiny-defying divine skill. No one in the dojo practices this skill, so I can only ask you. Gu-en stopped. This made Duanli even more nervous. Looking back at Duanli, Gu-en said, the destiny-defying divine skill is mainly about passing on the skill to others. Perhaps you could try passing it on once. It might bring you a surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762. Primordial Chaos, Outer Heaven. In the long years, all of Gu-en's hobbies would be transformed with his Tao intent, and the destiny-defying divine skill was no exception. After being modified by this Shen Qi primordial immortal, this skill had already transcended the mundane. Looking at the entire celestial spirit great world, no cultivation technique could compare to the creation of this skill. The destiny-defying divine skill was originally designed to serve others, but through Gu-en's modifications, incorporating cause and effect and the path of Qi fortune, it could transfer power to the successor, gaining the blessing of nature's spiritual energy and the power of cause and effect, absorbing spiritual energy to achieve greater power in a short time. It was applicable both within the heavens and within the scope of the great Tao. Overall, the destiny-defying divine skill was not considered a speed-up type of cultivation technique because the transferred power had to be cultivated by oneself, and the power gained after transmission would be calculated separately and could not be passed on to others. Although it was not a speed-up technique, it could constantly raise a cultivator's upper limit, or rather, transcend the limit. For cultivators with mediocre talent and not outstanding comprehension, the destiny-defying divine skill was a very good path to ascension. Now the spiritual talent of the beings on the 9-spirit continent was very high, but that was only within the celestial spirit great world. On the level of the Tao, it was nothing remarkable. Duanli's talent allowed him to achieve the Tao fruit realm smoothly, but it was almost impossible for him to reach the golden immortal realm. The destiny-defying divine skill was tailored by Gu-en for him, and the reason for treating him this way was that Gu-en had waited for him for many years, involving a cause and effect, an old acquaintance. Surprise? Duanli watched Gu-en leave, pondering his words in his mouth. He believed the ancestral master would not deceive him, but whom should he pass on the power to? Should I also take on disciples? Duanli thought silently, but then he felt he couldn't act recklessly, passing on the power randomly just to become stronger. The person who could inherit his mana had to be someone with both moral integrity and quality. This required careful consideration. Coincidentally, he could set an example for all living beings on behalf of Wuxia. Even if the talent was insufficient, good deeds would always bring good fortune. Duanli's thoughts were suddenly activated. His eyes became bright, and the more he thought, the more excited he became. He felt a sense of finding the meaning of his life's value. The Wuxia disciples harbored no grudges, cultivating for themselves, without contests for power and profit within the dojo. allowing the disciples more time to contemplate the meaning of their cultivation. Mere strength improvement no longer satisfied the Wuxia disciples. They had greater ideals. Protecting all living beings was too vast and empty. This world was so immensely vast that it didn't need their protection yet. What they had to think about was what they could do for this world. Duanli's thoughts were not enough to gratify Guan. He helped Duanli not because he hoped Duanli would become great or accomplished. Compared to Duanli's thoughts, Guan was now fully focused on breakthrough. He was considering whether to first enhance a Taoist technique for the upcoming breakthrough. So far, he felt that his cultivation technique and divine skills were sufficient. For instance, the Myriad Tao extinction skill remained inexhaustibly useful to him as the Shen Qi primordial immortal realm's perfection, bringing him new insights from time to time. The last time he broke through, he even advanced his physique in advance. He felt his physical aspects were not lacking. He was missing only the sediment of years and experience. Even adding Gu Shen's life experience, his experiences couldn't compare to those of Shen Qi primordial immortals, let alone Tao extreme Daluo immortals. Those great powers would all undergo reincarnation to attain enlightenment, having experienced unfathomably long years beyond mortal spirit's imagination. Their time of cultivation and attaining the Tao far exceeded Guan's. Guan had been pondering a question all along. Would the celestial tribulation become stronger as his strength grew? From the perspective of the celestial spirit great world, it was true. Within the same realm, the stronger the talent and the higher the strength, the stronger the tribulation the prodigies faced. But one couldn't neglect strength because if the strength wasn't enough, dying under the celestial tribulation would be too tragic. In reality, many cultivators indeed died under the celestial tribulation. Additionally, the stronger the tribulation one faced, the more one gained post-tribulation. This was also why many prodigies strove to challenge stronger tribulations with all their might. After much thought, Guan still decided to enhance a Taoist technique as a gesture of reverence towards the evolving celestial tribulation. After all, the tribulation he faced was not something comparable to reality. This night was even longer than the previous nights. Just at dawn, Guan descended the mountain. As usual, he walked slowly, and the disciples along the way couldn't guess that he was going for a breakthrough. They thought he was heading out to idle in the clouds and wild cranes. After leaving the Wuxia Taoist field, Guan arrived at a deserted island, following his usual habit to open the lifespan breakthrough. The breakthrough of 100 billion years of lifespan was nothing for him now, but it could erase the cause and effect of coming and going, which was significant. Even though he hadn't encountered a being stronger than himself, he still chose to remain cautious. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough locations have been chosen for you. 1. Path of the Great Tao. 2. Taiching Deep Realm. 3. Chaos Shen Primordial. 4. Deep Domain. 5. Tao Burial Mountain. 6. Outer Heaven. 7. Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm. 8. Final End. Myriad Tao Divine Source. Many new place names appeared again. That meant these places could nurture existences surpassing the Shen Qi primordial immortal. Guan couldn't help but marvel at the profundity of the path of the Great Tao. No matter which realm he reached, the path of the Great Tao was still a place he could break through. The newly appeared place names were all full of allure. Chaos Shen Primordial must be a chaotic region outside the heavenly Tao, but the specifics were unclear. Tao Burial Mountain, where Tao is buried. Outer Heaven, this name was too domineering, making one want to see it. Myriad Tao Divine Source was profound. Its mystery couldn't be discerned for the moment. Guan was also greatly interested in the previously appeared Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm and Final End, which made him a bit perplexed. Where would be the best place to break through? After much thought, he felt he could go to Chaos Shen Primordial. At least this place could be pinpointed outside the heavenly Tao scope. Moreover, if he made some noise, it might even distract that deep crimson mist, buying more years for the beings of the heavenly Tao. Guan made the decision immediately. Teleporting to Chaos Shen Primordial will cost 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? At the thought, the long-lost dizziness struck. Even though his realm was already very high, he still felt this discomfort, which made him have even greater reverence for the lifespan ability. Before he could see the root of his ability, he could never call himself invincible. He grew stronger through the evolution of the lifespan. He wouldn't worry too much about its source since it was meaningless. After all, he gained strength through it. What he needed to do was to take it as a goal and motivate himself further. After a while, Guwen felt he could open his eyes. The moment he opened them, he immediately activated the lifespan barrier. An invisible lifespan barrier quickly spread out, making his heart instantly calm. Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763. Tremendous changes in heaven and earth. Guwen's eyes reflected the brilliant chaos of the starry sky. Though he often peered into chaos, the sights here in the Taichu chaos still stunned him. He stood atop a cloud of stars. Ahead of him the multicolored sky spread out, with the 3,000 great Tao transforming into rivers that surged forth, each sparkling with countless stars, as if containing fragments of the starry sky, beautiful and mesmerizing, mysterious and mystical. Here, the cosmos was vast beyond measure, larger than the starry sky anywhere else. The depths of chaos exceeded his expectations in beauty, even surpassing the heavenly Tao universe. The Tao spiritual chi here was superior, making it an ideal place for high-realm cultivators to seek enlightenment. The 3,000 great Tao here differed from those in the heavenly Tao universe. While they remained great Tao, they seemed more lively, as if possessing life, yet without their own will or rules. They flowed incessantly, resembling a pattern, though undetermined. Guwen gazed into the distance, faintly perceiving the direction of celestial Tao destiny, far, far away. He couldn't discern everything within the heavenly Tao from here. He could view it through his incarnation, but that was another perspective. What he did see was a deep red fog, equally distant. Retracting his gaze, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Sarch * the Nell Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He prepared to elevate his cultivation technique before beginning his breakthrough. Ultimately, he spent 2 trillion years of lifespan to upgrade the Myriad Tao extinction skill to the infinite eternal Tao technique. Fortunately, he hadn't upgraded his technique each time before. 2 trillion years of lifespan during previous breakthroughs wouldn't have been a small amount. Now came the main event, breaking through to the great realm. For the past dozens of years, he had anticipated the name and fortune of the next realm. He deliberately suppressed this expectation, knowing the joy upon attaining it would be greater the more he anticipated. Inside a dim cave room, the demon emperor sat cultivating. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his demeanor grew increasingly otherworldly. In front of him, true monarch Chiyin lay on the ground, eyes hollow, lifeless, staring numbly at the cave ceiling. Suddenly, a swirl of black air spread from the dark corner of the cave room. The demon emperor opened his eyes, frowning, while true monarch Chiyin remained unaware of the anomaly. Imprisoned here, spiritual energy barely sustained their existence, unable to aid their cultivation. Thus, true monarch Chiyin had long despaired, unable to understand the purpose of the demon emperor's meditative enlightenment. With insufficient spiritual energy, cultivation seemed purely a wasted effort. Imprisoned in darkness, do you still yearn for light? A cold voice echoed. Initially, true monarch Chiyin paid it no mind, but after a few breaths, he seemed to realize something. His eyes widened abruptly, and in one swift motion he jumped up. Who? True monarch Chiyin croaked, his voice hoarse from years of silence. His gaze locked onto the dark corner, faintly perceiving a figure condensing and approaching him. Soon, a mysterious robed figure wearing a bronze mask stepped forward. The mask resembled a Chilin's head, ferocious and frightening, exuding immense pressure. True monarch Chiyin furrowed his brows, poised for confrontation. The demon emperor didn't rise, simply staring at the mysterious robed figure. I am the dark heavenly god. I can help you escape this place. The robed figure continued, his mask concealing his features, making it impossible for the two to see his expression. Hearing these words, true monarch Chitian was ecstatic and quickly asked, "You have no ties with the 9 major sects? After you were suppressed, the human world welcomed the dark god, who brings a new order. If you align yourselves with the dark fortune, I can save you, even lead you to realms beyond your imagination." The robed figure's words excited true monarch Chitian even more. He cared not for the dark god or light god. As long as the figure wasn't from the 9 major sects and could truly help him escape, he was willing. "I join. I am willing." True monarch Chitian answered immediately, trembling in excitement. Journey to the west, great sage equaling heaven. He had forgotten them all. In the years without hope, he regretted rescuing the demon emperor. The demon emperor hadn't done him any favors. He merely admired the legends he heard in his youth. The robed figure then asked, "And what about you?" True monarch Chitian urged, "Demon emperor, quickly agree. If we preserve our lives, we'll find opportunities for vengeance. Being trapped here, you'll never have a chance for revenge." Having lost freedom, they recognized its value. Even if not absolute freedom, the ability to roam the heavens and earth was cherished. The demon emperor didn't react with joy or excitement like true monarch Chitian. He gazed at the robed figure expressionlessly and said, "If what you say is true, the 9 major sects will eventually be annihilated by the dark god. We can escape then as well. If you possess the power to destroy the 9 major sects, why sneak in?" Realizing the truth, true monarch Chitian felt uneasy. The robed figure, under their scrutiny, didn't respond. The demon emperor continued, "You immortals and gods undoubtedly want not just dominance through force but the hearts of all living beings. Even conquering the hearts within the 9 major sects is your aim. If we and the 9 major sects become followers of the dark god, how would you manage our grievances?" True monarch Kishin's elation quickly dissipated, his expression changing dramatically. "A new system will naturally arise. If you have good comprehension, you will escape this great thousand world." The robed figure's answer did not satisfy the demon emperor. "You," true monarch Chitian began. Suddenly, the robed figure dissolved into black mist, which swiftly retreated to the corner, as if it had never appeared, leaving an illusion of the past moments. True monarch Chitian, eyes wide, called out for the dark heavenly god, but received no response. "Damn! Liar! Accursed liar!" True monarch Chitian raged, his roars resounding. The demon emperor frowned, believing the figure didn't flee due to exposed lies, but because something had happened outside. "Dark god!" the demon emperor murmured, feeling a pang of sorrow. He had been suppressed for too long. Despite convincing himself, the shifting heavens terrified him. He feared upon escaping one day, the world's structure would have radically altered, returning him to the plight before his transformation. Simultaneously, before the world gate, celestial spirit god, Tai immortal monarch, Emperor Tianhong, and 72 immortals of Jindong gathered, watching the frenzied surge of dark fortune enshrouding the celestial spirit great world, all feeling vigilant. They saw the dark heavenly god fly towards the upper cosmos, stopping only in the void devoid of spiritual energy. The dark heavenly god gazed upwards, his intentions unclear. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 764. Breakthrough to the mixed element profound venerable immortal. What's wrong with him? The celestial spirit god gazed at the mysterious black-robed figure of the dark heavenly god, frowning as he asked. The other's posture seemed to be waiting for someone, which made him uneasy. One dark heavenly god already gave them a headache. If a few more appeared, how could they possibly withstand it? The other immortal gods did not answer him, equally perplexed by the situation. The Tai immortal monarch, with the highest cultivation level, looked in the direction the dark heavenly god was watching, but he saw nothing. Yet, His intuition told him that something was happening beyond the heavenly Tao. At this moment, not only them but those who were monitoring the presence of dark, heavenly gods from various realms also realized that something unexpected might be occurring beyond the heavenly Tao. And in the celestial court, an unknown number of immortal gods were fixated on the chaos. The chaos was stirring an immensely terrifying great Tao storm, even affecting the edge of the celestial Tao destiny's domain, making the surrounding universes shimmer with multicolored light. Endless Tao Mountain. Atop each Tao mountain stood a great power, gazing at the chaos, the anomaly in the chaos capturing the attention of the entire heavenly Tao. And those powerful beings hidden within the chaos were also startled. The deep red fog approaching the heavenly Tao came to a halt. Within that vast red fog, massive figures seemed to rise and fall, looming indistinctly. No one knew what exactly was happening in the depths of the chaos, nor could anyone find the source. Underworld. On a barren land stood a colossal ancient tree, unmoved. This tree was the inheritance tree of the 9 Divine Mansion, known as the Profound Abyss Ancient Tree. Beneath the tree, a dozen people were meditating, their gazes all directed in the same direction. There is an anomaly in the chaos, Hongyazi said grimly. Having roamed the great Tao for so many years, he knew how terrifying the threat of the chaos could be. Guan's avatar also frowned, seemingly as confused and uneasy about the unknown danger as the others. Hongyazi turned to Guan, lamenting, "It appears that not ascending to immortality has its benefits. At least we don't have to face the threats from the chaos." Guan shook his head, chuckled, and said, "Difficulties cannot be measured by cultivation level. Different realms face different challenges." "That's true. Just the Son of Heaven alone could crush our misty immortal court." Hongyazi sighed, and the surrounding cultivators began to joke about the misty immortal court. Hongyazi did not get angry because he was the one who brought up the court's predicament, and the people around him were already good friends. Talking about the misty immortal court, their apprehensions dissipated. After all, the calamities of the chaos posed no threat to them. Although the celestial court was domineering, it never compromised in the face of the chaos threats, nor would it retreat, which was one of the reasons many beings aspired to the celestial court. This anomaly from the chaos persisted for 2 hours before everything returned to normal. When the celestial spirit god, Tai Immortal Monarch, and others saw the dark heavenly god fall back into the celestial spirit great world, they did not disperse. Instead, they continued to wait in case more dark heavenly gods descended. In an unknown corner, Guan landed on a small island. Sunlight poured down, illuminating him, his body seemingly draped in resplendent radiance. He looked down at his body, expressionless, then pulled up his attribute panel to check. Name, Guan, lifespan, 13, 060, 997/109, 822, 321, 049, 227, physique. Primordial infinite creation Tao body. Cultivation level. Primordial profound venerable immortal realm midstage. Primordial profound venerable immortal. This realm surpassed the Xian Qi primordial immortal. From achieving perfection in the Xian Qi primordial immortal realm to reaching the midstage of the primordial profound venerable immortal realm, he expended 9 trillion years of lifespan, now left with only 109 trillion years. CTH novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The results were remarkable. Guan now felt that the mana within his body was about to explode. If he wished, he could turn the 3,000 great worlds to dust in an instant. He could even disrupt the destiny of the heavenly Tao. This realm was incredibly powerful. Profound wisdom, what they spoke of as profound, seemed to represent a power surpassing the primordial. Guan's primordial Tao fruit had already metamorphosed, beyond being measurable by mana. The primordial profound venerable immortal was terrifying. Even just the upheaval caused by breaking through was enough to throw the chaos into disorder, even attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao. During his breakthrough, Guan sensed many Xian Qi primordial immortals spying on him, with several auras coming from the celestial court. After successfully breaking through, Guwen could encompass the entire heavenly Tao within his gaze. To all living beings, the boundless heavenly Tao appeared so trivial and insignificant to him now. The extreme power gave birth to an uncontrollable sense of supremacy within him, the so-called venerable immortal, sovereign over all things, standing above all immortals. Guwen sat down to meditate, facing the sea, as the sea breeze blew his black hair. His gaze fell upon the celestial vault, traversing countless universes to lock onto that deep red fog. The deep red fog approaching the heavenly Tao was no longer mysterious to him. He suddenly felt an urge to unleash his might and fully assert his newfound pride. He decided to meditate for a few days and then venture into the deep red fog. After reaching the primordial profound venerable realm, the celestial court could no longer pressure Guwen. Even the ethereal celestial emperor might be stronger than him, or some celestial Tao venerables might have reached such a realm, but he was not afraid. No realm had ever given Guwen such enlightenment, seeing through all things, possessing the great divine power to destroy everything, making it impossible for him to convince himself that he was still weak. Thorough and genuine strength could pivot any Tao heart. Guwen was striving hard to restrain this change in mentality. He withdrew his gaze, looking toward the end of the sea horizon, lost in thought. The sea wind fluttered his black robe and swept his hair strands. He didn't blink. His gaze was as serene as the vast ocean ahead. The sun gradually set. The twilight glow swept across Guwen's face, and his expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. Sunset and moonrise. Days passed by. Gradually, silver lines appeared on Guwen's left shoulder, intertwining and ultimately forming a white bird resembling an eagle. This bird had long feathers at the end of its tail. The feathers on the top of its head extended backward, displaying a faint multicolored hue. This white bird's pupils were gold and red. Although its size was not considerable, its figure appeared majestic, like a divine bird reborn into the world. This bird was the profound venerable spirit that Guwen had condensed. It was a great divine power created by this realm, equivalent to an avatar. However, this avatar contained the same cultivation level as the primordial profound venerable immortal body, without independent consciousness, allowing its master to multitask with infinite wonders. The body could even revive endlessly through the profound venerable spirit. The profound venerable spirit could create worlds, act as the rules of heaven and earth, refine treasures, cultivate, all of which would benefit the main body. Even if Guwen did not cultivate, as long as it cultivated, his cultivation level would continue to grow. And the profound venerable spirit was immortal. If destroyed, the main body needed only a thought to resurrect it. Both the body and the spirit could infinitely revive each other, supremely domineering. This truly paved the path to immortality. This made Guwen think of the Tsangtian of the heavenly Tao. He suspected that the heavenly Tao was indeed created by an immensely strong entity, and the so-called Tsangtian was the manifestation of that entity's profound venerable spirit. From now on, you shall be called Wuxia Divine Sparrow, Guwen murmured, speaking to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 765. Heaven Suppressing Endless Tower, Emperor Bone Profound Venerable in the Chaos Void. A swirling expanse of deep red mist billowed, reducing the meteors along its path to mere specks of dust. In the depths of the red mist, lightning weaved together. This place seemed to be the end of the abyss, with demonic shadows emerging incessantly and eerie illusions appearing, creating a bewildering and shocking scene. A magnificent colossal black tower stood in the heart of the mist. On closer inspection, it was a series of four-cornered palaces stacked atop each other. Each roof harbored terrifying entities, some resembling demons, some human-like, and others indescribable, shrouded in obscurity. The interior of the black tower was a bright hall, the ground glittering like a galaxy. Massive stone pillars carved with mysterious patterns stood in a disorderly arrangement, resembling pillars supporting the sky, immovable. A white bird suddenly flew into the hall, its long tail feathers longer than its body, with its head faintly radiating a seven-colored halo, appearing majestic and brimming with celestial energy. Boom! A terrifying figure descended from the sky, towering 10,000 feet, entirely pitch black, its human-like form adorned with long, flowing hair that transformed into writhing serpents, flicking their tongues. His eyes were blood red, exuding a fierce light, as an overwhelming aura erupted. Roar! A deafening roar resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. This terrifying demon, towering 10,000 feet, appeared like a divine mountain before the white bird within the hall. The white bird stopped and suddenly transformed into a silver-glowing figure. It was Guwen. Guwen was utilizing the great Tao formless body to isolate causal investigations and control his own aura. He looked at the towering 10,000-foot demon ahead, needing no lifespan detection to see through its origins. Chaos Evil Demon, Great Anger Evil, Miao Jin Daluo Immortal Realm Cultivation. This black tower was called the Heaven-Suppressing Endless Tower, one of the supreme treasures of the Dark Heavenly Court. The Dark Heavenly Court belonged to the Dark God's forces. With Gu An's current cultivation level, he could see through the connection between the Dark Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Court. The Dark Heavenly Court originated from the Heavenly Tao but was severed from its destiny and reforged in the chaos, showing him the ancient contention for the Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Court. The past of the Heavenly Tao was far more fascinating than Gu and had previously imagined. However, the current history was not important. What Guwen wanted was to exhibit the power of the mixed element profound venerable immortal. The beings within the heaven-suppressing endless tower were connected to the tower's destiny, much like immortal gods, able to avoid true death through this connection. Unless the heaven-suppressing endless tower was destroyed, he could not completely annihilate these beings. He wanted this effect not causing real sin but allowing an outlet. Not going to the heavenly court was because he had no enmity with it, and he had disciples serving as immortal officials in the heavenly court, whereas the dark heavenly court would eventually clash with the heavenly Tao, potentially affecting the celestial spirit great world. "Who are you?" A thunderous shout burst out, resonating like rolling thunder, endlessly echoing. Guwen raised his right hand, and the Cyan Hong sword appeared out of thin air. As the blade tilted, silver sword chi swirled around it, burning like flames. He stepped towards the towering Great Anger Evil. Seeing Guwen not responding and directly attacking, Great Anger Evil was furious. He raised his right palm high and slammed it down. Instantly, grand Dharma aspects appeared around. Countless flaming meteors emerged, sweeping towards Guwen like a cosmic torrent. Sword light shone. The Dharma aspects shattered instantly, and Great Anger Evil disintegrated into ashes. Guwen stepped forward, each step flashing a distance, swift like Jing Hong. Numerous Chaos Evil demons descended to block the path ahead. Looking around, they were countless, covering the hall's end, and the patterns on the stone pillars came to life, manifesting terrifying figures. Guwen did not stop, wielding the Cyan Hong sword, sweeping forward. "Arrogant! How dare you break into the dark heavenly court, courting death? Stop him! Is he an immortal god from the heavenly Tao heavenly court?" Voices filled with shock and anger echoed, but unfortunately, they received no response. They could only watch their companions turn to ash one after another, as the invincible silver sword light approached. Guwen used the simplest sword techniques, but with absolute speed and power that none could resist. Even entities of the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal Realm in darkness couldn't withstand a single strike from him. These dark beings and chaos evil demons relied on the dark heavenly court's destiny, not truly dying. Though it didn't grant Guwen lifespan, he reveled in the slaughter, venting the wrath brought by his immense power. The novel F. Ire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The heaven-suppressing endless tower, true to its name, possessed seemingly endless levels. Each level was connected by special spacetime daos, allowing continuous progression forward to ascend higher without flying upward. As Guwen rampaged through the heaven-suppressing endless tower, he sensed an immense number of life forces pouring into the tower. The manifested beings were countless. Even after a short battle, millions of enemies had appeared ahead. Though Gu-en displayed formidable power, the beings of the dark heavenly court were fearless. Their immortality gave them the courage to face even the strongest foes. Sword light pressed forward relentlessly, reducing everything to ash. Gu-en advanced nimbly, his aura surpassing entities thousands of times larger than him. Be it Dao Extreme Daluo Immortals, Miaojin Daluo Immortals, Heaven Opening Daluo Immortals, Innate Golden Immortals, Heaven Balancing Golden Immortals, or Tai Ching Golden Immortals, all were reduced to nothingness upon contact with him. A terrifying roar echoed as the resurrected Great Anger Evil leapt over countless dark beings and chaos evil demons towards Gu-en, utterly enraged. Feeling humiliated by Gu-en's innumerable divine skills, Dharma aspects, and great Taoist techniques burst forth but were shattered like illusions before Gu-en's eyes with a single slash. The resurrected dark beings and chaos evil demons rejoined the fight repeatedly, fearless of death. The more they killed, the crazier they grew, their rage and murderous intent surging. Meanwhile, at the top of the heaven-suppressing endless tower was a dim hall, where the only light came from the silver-blue radiance emitted by two stone pillars in front of the steps. Above the steps sat a huge stone chair, embedded with dozens of magical treasures, banners waving, swords refracting light, and long sashes writhing like dragons and serpents. On the stone chair sat a skeleton wearing a dragon head golden crown, adorned with bead curtains, with a golden long spear standing before it. The spearhead emerged from a Qilin head, and the spear's body was covered in golden scales, though these scales were tainted by a mysterious black substance, as if being devoured. He was the supreme of the dark heavenly court, Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes opened beneath the eye sockets of Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's skull, like an ancient fiend awakening from countless years of slumber, bringing boundless killing intent, enough to sweep across the all heavens and myriad realms. How many years has it been? Finally, someone dares to intrude into my heaven-suppressing endless tower, wishing to shake the dark heavenly court with their own strength. Junior, you are too arrogant. An ancient and majestic voice echoed through the dim hall. As the words fell, the darkness seemed to stir with a dance of demons, making the hall suddenly lively. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 766. Reminiscence of demon slaying. The voice of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable passed through layers of palaces, falling into Gu-en's ears, and also reached the dark creatures and chaotic demons pushing forward in waves. Their morale surged, and their roars became even more clamorous. Gu-en remained unmoved, continuing to kill his way forward. The person shining with silver light all over appeared filled with killing intent, but in fact, he had already closed his eyes. With every swing of his sword, old memories emerged. In his youth, beside the medicine garden, Zhang Chuanqiu taught him and Meng Lang swordsmanship. Though it was a very ordinary swordsmanship, he and Meng Lang practiced it earnestly. The scene shifted, and he found himself in the forest, receiving sword guidance from Li Ye. The wind blew, and the scene in the forest suddenly changed to a memory of him instructing Su Han. Flashes of the past continually appeared in Gu-en's mind, his sword growing faster, as if he wanted to sever the past. Crash! The ground of the palace ahead suddenly shattered. A giant dragon head as large as a mountain burst out, swallowing towards Gu-en. Along the way, many dark creatures and chaotic demons were swallowed by it. A flash of sword light, the dragon head shattered, and Gu-en transformed into a silver sword light, sweeping through the enemy ranks, killing his way into the 1,000-strong army. Wherever he went, no immortal or demon could stand in his way. The road ahead had no end. No matter how far he killed, he couldn't see the palace walls. As time passed, enemies also appeared behind and on both sides of Gu-en. He seemed to be in a vast black ocean, raising a magnificent straight line of seawater, vowing to split this ocean in half. Battle, extinction, resurrection, battle, re-extinction, re-resurrection, battle again. The dark creatures and chaotic demons continually repeated this cycle. At the edge of the Black Ocean, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the true form of Yuan Luo. After the destruction of the Chenquan sect, Yuan Luo recovered his memory and learned that the struggle for the Son of Heaven was imminent. He thus escaped the range of the heavenly Tao. Recently, he returned to the dark heavenly court, his true form a Chaos Grudge Luo, which allowed him to easily join the dark heavenly court. He planned to make a comeback during the descent of the dark heavenly court upon the heavenly Tao, sweeping across the celestial spirit great world. The Chaos Grudge Luo had once brought disaster to the 3,000 great worlds, but his true form within the dark heavenly court counted as nothing. In this heaven-suppressing endless tower, he appeared insignificant. How is this possible? Yuan Luo's eyes widened in horror as he looked towards the distant silver sword light. He had lived for countless years, yet this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. This was the heaven-suppressing endless tower of the dark heavenly court. In all his years, he had neither seen nor heard of anyone daring to breach it alone. He couldn't see the true form of the other person clearly. The more he couldn't see, the more uneasy he felt. The opponent gave him a sense of resolute determination. He gritted his teeth and immediately charged forward. Crossing the vast black ocean, a silver sword light illuminated his face, causing him to widen his eyes, reflecting the image of a sword in them. Boom! With a single sword strike, thousands of demons were obliterated without the slightest ability to resist. Guwen didn't look back, nor did he deviate in direction, continuing straight ahead. Though it seemed like he was on the same level, he was actually rapidly ascending the heaven-suppressing endless tower. From the outside, the bottom of the heaven-suppressing endless tower shone with sword light. This sword light flashed and quickly ascended to a higher level. At a glance, the sword light seemed to spiral around the heaven-suppressing endless tower, rapidly charging upward. The dark clouds surrounding the heaven-suppressing endless tower surged violently. Tao spiritual chi flowed, lightning intertwined, reflecting the colorful Tao light of the Tao world continuously changing, highlighting the tense atmosphere inside the tower. At the top palace of the heaven-suppressing endless tower, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable slowly stood up. Though he was a skeleton, he exuded an overpowering sovereign aura. One figure after another appeared out of nowhere before the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, all with an aura surpassing even the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal. A total of 9, all Xian Qi Primordial Immortals. Lord, the opponent is a Primordial Profound Venerable Immortal. Do you know which Celestial Tao Venerable he is? Among the Celestial Tao Venerables who could be Primordial Profound Venerable Immortals, there are only a few, no need to guess. Anyway, they are already our enemies. Could the opponent be coming because of the recent chaos anomalies? Search * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Possible, the Celestial Court might think that we caused the anomalies. In my opinion, the Celestial Court may want to take advantage while we are unprepared. The 9 Xian Qi Primordial Immortals discussed, their tones full of hostility towards the Celestial Court. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable calmly said, if it were those few Celestial Tao Venerables, they wouldn't hide their true form. Moreover, there is no Celestial Tao destiny on this person. He only comes from the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the 9 Xian Qi Primordial Immortals quieted down, each lost in thought. Just then, the dim palace began to tremble slightly, signaling that Guwen was getting closer. Let's go, we should also meet him and try to force out his divine skills. A Xian Qi Primordial Immortal spoke, his figure burly, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a pair of massive wings on his back that covered the sky when spread. As his voice fell, all 9 Xian Qi Primordial Immortals disappeared on the spot along with him. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable stood before his throne, watching quietly, the eyes within his eye sockets growing colder, reflecting Guwen's invincible figure. The support speed of the Xian Qi Primordial Immortals was extremely fast. In almost an instant, the 9 Xian Qi Primordial Immortals appeared above Guwen's head. They formed a formation with such speed that other dark creatures and chaotic demons had no time to react. A black light pillar entwined with lightning descended from the sky, crushing Guwen. As soon as the black light pillar engulfed Guwen, he slashed out with a sword, unaffected in speed. Instead, the 9 Xian-Qi primordial immortals were hurled away, showing expressions of disbelief. They knew they were no match for a primordial profound venerable immortal, but for the opponent to cut through their combined formation with just a casual sword strike, without even using divine skills, was too absurd. Audacious! A Xian-Qi primordial immortal descended from the sky, crushing hundreds of chaotic demons, wielding a black blade. With a slash, carrying the terrifying power of cause and effect, the space in front of Guwen suddenly shifted, and illusions of myriad worlds rushed towards him. In an instant, countless demons surged from these worlds, all formed from the power of the great Tao, each emitting a presence surpassing that of a golden immortal. Guwen remained unaffected, his figure lunging forward, Cyan Hong's sword slashing ahead, cleaving billions of demons, and worlds shattered before him like dazzling fireworks. The Xian-Qi primordial immortal widened his eyes, yet before he could speak, Guwen flashed before him, slicing him in half, and immediately, the two halves disintegrated into flying ash. In front of Guwen, he was no different from the other dark creatures and chaotic demons. The other 8 Xian-Qi primordial immortals attacked one after another, but all fell to Guwen's single strike. Guwen's thoughts were still immersed in memories. This battle was both an outlet for his powerful impulses and a way for him to cultivate his heart. The swelling of his Tao heart made him feel it was not a good sign. He needed to wake up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 767. The calmed Gu and Yuan Luo could no longer remember how many times he had died. Each time he resurrected, he would throw himself into the battle once again, only to die again. Within the heaven-suppressing endless tower, every being was fighting desperately. This formed a powerful will and momentum that swept him along, unable to escape. He could only feel that his deaths were coming faster and faster, because the enemies were getting closer to their resurrection point. After so many kills, Yuan Luo had become numb. It wasn't just him. Many dark creatures and chaos evil demons had also become dazed. The shouts and roars within the tower grew weaker and weaker. Guwen was still fighting his way toward the top of the heaven-suppressing endless tower. Even if he could resurrect continually, the endless cycle of death would still wear down morale. Even those Xian-Qi primordial immortals and Tao extreme Daluo immortals had fallen silent. They no longer had the strength to jeer or curse. They knew they couldn't stop Guwen. What they had to do was to show their stance and keep fighting until the Lord gave the order. Looking from the outside, Guwen had already fought his way to the middle part of the heaven-suppressing endless tower, still advancing upward rapidly. His pace remained constant, regardless of the number of enemies or their morale. It did not affect him. Time flew by quickly. Guwen was getting closer and closer to the top. The vast black ocean he traversed still seemed boundless, but this black ocean had become oppressive. Many dark creatures and chaos evil demons no longer used their divine skills. Instead, they launched themselves at him, waiting to be slaughtered. After a long time, finally, at the far end of the great hall appeared a black domain, like a black wall. When Guwen was within 10,000 miles of the black wall, some dark creatures and chaos evil demons began to slow their steps. When Guwen arrived in front of the black wall, no creatures dared to come near him. He did not pause. With a single strike, he shattered the black wall. CTH Novelfire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All the dark creatures and chaos evil demons stopped, staring blankly at Guwen's back. As the black wall shattered, a dim great hall appeared in front. Countless dark creatures and chaos evil demons knelt together, creating an incredibly magnificent scene, like surging tides. They were all worshipping the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. At the end of the dim great hall, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable stood on the steps, coldly staring at Guwen. After stepping into the dim great hall, Guwen stopped. In the silver sword light, he opened a pair of golden red eyes. It was the absolute void eye. Seeing the absolute void eye, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's gaze changed subtly. What kind of eyes are these? It was the first time he had seen these eyes, which inexplicably reminded him of the immortal Emperor's eye, but the immortal Emperor's eye did not give him such a strong sense of oppression. Although they were both primordial profound venerable immortals, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable felt that he might not be the opponent of Gu-en with the absolute void eye opened. Junior, you are not an immortal of the celestial court. Your killing intent is fading. Why have you come? The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable asked calmly. His composure also reassured his billions of subordinates. Countless dark creatures and chaos evil demons stood outside the hall, watching the confrontation between him and Gu-en. At this moment, no one dared to shout. They all held their breath, waiting for the battle that could erupt at any moment. Gu-en raised the Cyan Hong sword, pointing it at the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. The silver sword light did not fully cover his figure. It was clear that his robe was fluttering, fully displaying the demeanor of a sword immortal. No, he couldn't be described as an immortal. All the creatures of the dark heavenly courtside looked at Gu-en with eyes full of fear and dread. Even now, they did not dare to be certain that the Lord could surely defeat this person. Seeing Gu-en's lifted sword, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's eyes narrowed. His white bones began to ignite with black flames, which quickly covered his skeleton, forming a black battle armor with surface scales reflecting a metallic cold light. Strands of black chi symbolizing the great Tao circled around the armor. Gu-en took a step toward the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. With each step, his momentum burst forth, rising higher and higher, causing all the creatures outside the hall to change their expressions. Regarding the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's question, Gu-en heard it but was too lazy to answer. Having fought to this point, naturally he intended to strike down the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Of course, he wouldn't destroy the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower. He was just here to vent. If he could delay the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower's descent upon the heavenly Tao, he considered it a service to the beings of the heavenly Tao. The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's eyes narrowed, and the billowing black chi expanded abruptly, altering the hall's space. Instantly, the two were transported to a dark void. Here, apart from them, nothing else existed. The black chi on the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable rapidly condensed into a long halberd. This was not his magical treasure, but his profound venerable spirit. Grasping the profound venerable spirit, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's momentum reached its peak. He was a true primordial profound venerable immortal. An earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. The sunset cast a golden hue over the Taoist field of the beginningless. In the courtyard, an Exian stood behind Xinjun, facing away from her. She looked up at the celestial vault with furrowed brows, deep in thought, her eyes filled with worry. You're not worried about your master, are you? Sitting in meditation in front of the artifact refining cauldron, Xinjun asked. Her eyes remained closed, and there was a teasing tone in her voice. An Exian replied, It's not about fearing for his safety. It's just he's been gone for several days. I worry the dark god might seize the chance to descend upon the human world. With his power surpassing the immortal gods, slaughtering the entire human world might take just a blink of an eye. Xinjiang shook her head and laughed softly. If the dark god wanted to annihilate all living beings, why would he spread the scriptures of the dark divine sect? Hearing this, an Exian felt it made sense. But over the years, she had learned too much about the deeds of the dark divine sect, causing her unease. She always felt that the dark god was different from the previous enemies of the world, and he could bring unimaginable calamity. Moreover, with her master suddenly disappearing for several days, she couldn't help but worry. Indeed, the dark divine sect won't massacre all living beings. You can rest assured. A light laugh sounded, startling an Exian. She turned to see Gu-en, dressed in white, walking into the courtyard. An Exian was overjoyed and then sighed in relief. She stepped forward, greeting Gu-en, and curiously asked, Master, where have you been these past few days? Gu-en smiled. It's a long story. I went to spar with the ancestor of the dark god's ancestor, warned him that if they dared to cause trouble, I would annihilate their Taoist lineage. He spoke casually, very unserious, making an Exian think he was joking, so she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Master, even if you wouldn't intervene, can you tell me, what is the dark god's realm? An Exian asked curiously. The dark heavenly god was already more powerful than the immortal gods. How strong must the dark god, who surpassed the dark heavenly god, be? Guwen replied, many realms higher than the celestial spirit god, not to mention their celestial spirit great world. Even in the 3,000 great worlds, there aren't many who can match him. As he spoke, he reminisced about the battle with the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. After sparring with other primordial profound venerable immortals, his inflated Tao heart finally stabilized. He was very strong, but not enough. After all, if he wanted to completely kill the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, it would still take a lot of effort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 768. In the battle with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, it seemed like Guwen had won, but the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable had countless ways to escape. If it were a life-and-death struggle and the enemy escaped, how could it be considered a victory? Moreover, the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower was only a part of the Dark Heavenly Court, the elite force dispatched by the Dark Heavenly Court to the Heavenly Tao. Destroying the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower did not mean destroying the Dark Heavenly Court. It could only result in greater enmity. Recalling the previous battle, Guwen grew increasingly vigilant. He realized he had been too careless. Relying on the great Tao formless body and his own strength, he had rashly infiltrated the enemy's stronghold. This time it was satisfying, but he shouldn't do it again in the future. Guwen warned himself thus. An Exian asked a few more questions about the dark god. Only after she was completely reassured did she leave. Guwen did not return to the house but sat on a bench in the courtyard. He raised his right hand, and the Wuxia divine sparrow appeared at his fingertips. Xinjun turned his head to look at him, just in time to see him admiring the Wuxia divine sparrow. What kind of bird is this? It's so handsome. Xinjun couldn't help but ask. Guwen threw the Wuxia divine sparrow towards her and introduced. From now on, call it the Wuxia divine sparrow. It's a kind of strange bird I found outside. He concealed the origins of the Wuxia divine sparrow. It wasn't due to any specific intention, he simply found it amusing. Xinjun caught the Wuxia divine sparrow, which tilted its head and started to nuzzle her face, making her love it even more. Sar the Nafire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After playing with it for a while, she couldn't help but start touching it. She held the Wuxia divine sparrow and began to examine it, even prying open its legs. Guwen, is it a male or a female? Xinjun's question made the corner of Guwen's mouth twitch. He quickly said, this is a spirit bird, born of the creation of heaven and earth, without distinction of male or female. Don't be too disrespectful to it. Guwen felt very uncomfortable seeing her reach under the Wuxia divine sparrow. Spirit bird. Xinjun responded, continuing to fiddle with the Wuxia divine sparrow. As night gradually fell, the Taoist field of the beginningless remained calm, and the 9-spirit continent looked the same as always, with spots of starlight appearing under the night sky. Those were the lights of human settlements within the cities, and the majestic world gate stood unmoving, as if aiming to pierce the outer heaven. Compared to it, all things seemed insignificant. The 9-spirit continent, and indeed the entire world, seemed very peaceful that night. No one knew that the world's mightiest being had just ascended to a higher level, gaining the power to overturn everything. In the chaos void, deep red fog was surging, and the heaven-suppressing endless tower inside showed no signs of change. In the dim palace at the top, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable sat on the throne as a skeleton, eyes icy cold. 9 Xian-Qi primordial immortals stood in a row, their faces extremely grim. Although Guwen had left, The scenes of the previous battle constantly replayed in their minds, weighing heavily on their hearts. Their greatest pride was shattered by the Lord's humiliating defeat, leaving them disoriented. Was this journey to the heavenly Tao truly destined for success? Would it be a one-way trip with no return? The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable was equally disturbed, his mind occupied by Guan's piercing eyes. Shrouded by those eyes, all of the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's divine skills seemed insignificant. It had been a complete and utter defeat, with no chance of victory. Was it an illusion, or did the opponent truly have the power to annihilate him? Moreover, could his opponent possibly extinguish the dark fortune of the dark heavenly court? This thought made him increasingly uneasy. The palace was utterly silent, oppressively so. For a long time, one of the Xian-Qi primordial immortals could not help but ask, "Lord, do we still proceed to the heavenly Tao?" The Emperor Bone Profound Venerable replied, "The other party should have no connection with the celestial court. Our hatred with the celestial court is irreconcilable, and he couldn't have shown mercy. Perhaps he came because of other matters, possibly due to some dark heavenly god offending him. In any case, the journey to the heavenly Tao cannot be halted, but we can slow our pace. I will discuss this with His Majesty." Hearing this, the Xian-Qi primordial immortals all breathed a sigh of relief. Though they were immortal, they felt genuinely threatened by Guan. They didn't want to gamble with their lives. A more cautious approach was naturally preferable. "You all should go and rest for now," the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable ordered, and the 9 Xian-Qi primordial immortals immediately saluted and then vanished from sight. After they left, the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable coughed a few times, raised a skeletal hand to clutch his chest, and muttered to himself, "What kind of palm technique is that so domineering?" No one could answer him, and he didn't want to know the answer. After a while, he too disappeared from the throne. The battle between Guan and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable did not affect the destiny of the Great Thousand World, as the heaven-suppressing Endless Tower had not yet dissipated. The Dark God immediately stood within the void of the Great Tao, overlooking the celestial spirit Great World, while other dark heavenly gods in the Great Thousand World continued to preach and enlighten immortals. Not to mention other Great Thousand Worlds, the number of dark beings in the celestial spirit Great World continued to increase, all tainted by the dark fortune. The dark divine sect's influence was growing steadily. 3,000 years later, the dark divine sect had become a formidable major sect in the human world, with a dark being count exceeding 10 million, evolving into a colossal force. The various sects of the world began to put aside their grudges to unite against the dark divine sect. Wuxia disciples also emerged to save those suffering beings. Once infused with the dark heavenly court's fortune, beings would become violent, and their inner desires would be infinitely magnified. Hence, dark beings committed countless atrocities, and the dark heavenly gods did not see this as a bad thing. Prolonged savagery would plunge the human world into despair, and in the depths of despair, it was easier to fall into darkness. On this day, just past noon, Guan, clad in blue, walked along a mountain ridge with the Wuxia divine sparrow perched on his right shoulder. The blood prison great saint followed behind, glaring indignantly at the Wuxia divine sparrow. Although this foul bird couldn't speak, it made him feel his status was threatened. "If you have something to say, say it. Why do you keep following me?" Guan asked without looking back. After years of cultivating his mind, he had returned to his pre-breakthrough state, becoming exceptionally calm. The blood prison great saint quickly replied, "Nothing. I just wanted to see if you need me for anything. You can command me any time." "Then I order you not to follow me now," Guan said casually, causing the blood prison great saint to halt immediately, looking at Guan with an embarrassed expression. He truly felt out of favor, blood prison great saint thought despairingly. The corners of Guan's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to ask, when had he ever favored him? "Go find Zuair and assist him. He'll guide you in your cultivation when you return." Guan's voice reached the blood prison great saint's ears, filling him with joy. He quickly thanked Guan and then vanished from the mountainside. Guan paid no more attention to him and continued to stroll forward. He did not go to observe the state of the 3,000 great worlds. He was enjoying the scenery along the way, contemplating how to remodel the dojo. He planned to construct some wonders imbued with different Tao intents for the disciples to comprehend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 769. The unstoppable momentum of darkness. 1 month after the blood prison great saint left, the Taoist field of the beginningless underwent some changes. At dawn, sunlight passed over the mountains, shining on a spot between the peaks. In the midst of 2 mountains stood a circular structure with a diameter exceeding a mile. Within the white courtyard walls stood numerous stone pillars. Each pillar was intricately carved with complex and mysterious runes. And Zizai, dressed in a white embroidered robe, led dozens of disciples into the structure. His demeanor was elegant now, with a long beard giving him an air of a grandmaster. This is the Great Tao Institute, established by our ancestors specifically for contemplating the Great Tao. You have all begun to enter the path. You can come here to cultivate in the future. And Zizai walked at the front, explaining to them. The disciples looked around, feeling very curious, though some were distracted. Great senior brother, you are the foremost of the 3rd-generation disciples. Why don't you go out and bring glory to Wuxia? One disciple couldn't help but ask. This remark prompted immediate follow-up questions from other disciples. Presently, the Dark Divine sect wreaks havoc, and various sects around the world have ceased hostilities to join forces against it. Yet even so, the Dark Divine sect's momentum continues to grow. All Wuxia disciples possess a sense of justice and are frustrated by the Dark Divine sect's unstoppable rise. Unfortunately, Wuxia has regulations. To leave the mountain, one must at least reach the Zizai immortal realm. With Wuxia's foundation and the disciples' talents, reaching the Zizai immortal realm is not difficult. However, even so, it requires time. The disciples brought by Zizai to the Great Tao Institute had not yet reached the Zizai immortal realm. They were concerned about the world but unable to venture out, leading to impatience. And Zizai turned to look at them, smiling. You all are still too young. Do you know how many disasters have occurred before? This time is different. The Dark Divine sect comes from beyond the heavenly Tao. It's said that even the immortal gods cannot defeat them, a female disciple said worriedly. And Zizai replied irritably, since the immortal gods can't prevail against them, do you still wish to save the world? We may not be able to defeat the dark heavenly gods, but there are certainly beings within the Dark Divine sect that we can overcome. Moreover, we can save the suffering masses and fulfill our responsibilities. Another disciple answered passionately, inspiring others to agree. Born on the 9-spirit continent, they didn't suffer the hardships of mortal spirits. Their immortal cultivation was not for longevity or superiority. From a young age, they were instilled with a sense of mission, to serve the world and its beings. The isolated 9-spirit continent, given the best cultivation conditions by their ancestor, demanded they repay all living beings and extol their ancestors' virtues. And Zizai looked at them, feeling both helpless and gratified. Though these disciples were overestimating their capabilities, at least they hadn't deviated from Wuxia's expectations. And Zizai himself had endured hardships to reach this day. Having ventured out for training, he comprehended the nature of disciples from other sections. Those with ideals benefiting all living beings were rare. I have my responsibilities. I won't go out, and you shouldn't think of leaving prematurely either. And Zizai stated firmly, his tone allowing no dissent. A powerful aura erupted, changing the complexion of all disciples. In their memory, and Zizai always maintained a gentle demeanor, a reason they dared to voice such concerns. But facing his true aura now, they realized his authority in Wuxia wasn't solely due to seniority. The Great Tao Institute fell into silence. At that moment, a sound of something piercing the air came from afar. The group instinctively turned, seeing a streak of cyan light fly past. And Zizai frowned, recognizing the figure within the cyan light. It was Celestial Cyan and her disciple Shangguan Xiener, who was severely injured and held by Celestial Cyan. Not just in Zizai, the other disciples saw this too, whispering and speculating whether Shangguansiener was wounded by the Dark Divine Sect. CTH Nafire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Enough! Start your enlightenment. And Zizai redirected their attention. Elsewhere, Celestial Cyan, holding Shangguansiener, arrived at Gu An's courtyard. At this moment, Guan was reading. Master, Siener was injured by people from the Dark Divine Sect. Her cultivation level is dissipating, and I cannot avert this damage. Celestial Cyan said urgently after landing beside Guan, then squatted down to place Shangguansiener on the ground. Guan, lying on a rocking chair, glanced at Shangguansiener. The girl had her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, and her tightly furrowed brows twitching as if in a nightmare. I told you to act within your limits. She's entangled by a powerful power of cause and effect. Even a Tai Ching golden immortal could hardly save her. Guan shook his head, causing Celestial Cyan to become even more anxious. If a Tai Ching golden immortal can't do it, surely you can, Celestial Cyan quickly said, kneeling as she spoke. Shangguansiener was her first and most beloved disciple. She couldn't bear to see her pupil lose her cultivation. Guan cast Celestial Cyan a glance, waved his hand casually and said, "It's done." His sleeve brushed past Shangguansiener's face, leaving nothing behind, but her furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Celestial Cyan was momentarily stunned, immediately checking Shangguansiener's body. Soon, she discovered that the dark power within Shangguansiener had vanished. She was overjoyed, instantly hugging Guan, and began to thank him. "Your disciple is right here. Have some decency, move aside quickly," Guan said helplessly. Celestial Cyan and Tianbai had always liked clinging to him. Even after millions of years, they couldn't change this habit. Celestial Cyan took the opportunity to snuggle against Guan for a while before letting go with a smile, and then left with the soon-to-awaken Shangguansiener in her arms. Guan adjusted his position and continued reading. "You're clearly enjoying it, yet you pretend otherwise." Shunjun's voice came, but Guan ignored her. Not hearing a response, Shunjun opened her eyes, turned to Guan, and asked, "I saw the dark god hiding in the darkness, his flames reflecting our celestial spirit great world. How do you plan to deal with him in the future?" Guan said he wouldn't care, but Shunjun didn't believe it. To her, Guan was waiting for the right moment. Though the dark god terrified her, making him seem unbeatable, Shunjun believed that as long as Guan acted, the dark god would definitely perish. How to deal with him? Naturally, by giving my all. If he's so powerful and I slack off, he'll be killed. What then? Guan replied, causing Shunjun to roll her eyes. Hearing this, Shunjun was completely at ease. She even began to feel pity for the dark god. The dark god hadn't invaded yet, probably waiting for the dark heavenly gods to probe the celestial spirit great world. Unfortunately, no matter how he calculated, he couldn't fathom Guan's true strength. When the dark god faces Guan, despair will surely follow. Why such a powerful being hides within this world, not seeking conquest, fame, or profit, and isolated on a continent, is simply inconceivable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 770. Summoning the Dark God amidst the void. A gigantic golden disc was advancing, and upon it, 100,000 heavenly soldiers sat meditating and cultivating. Zhang Buku opened his eyes, gazing towards the mysterious and beautiful end of the void. His thoughts drifted as he reminisced about the previous great battle. As the struggle for the Son of Heaven grew increasingly fierce, this celestial army had already experienced no fewer than 100 great battles. However, that last battle left him in awe. Since joining the celestial court, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain for the 3,000 great worlds because many powerful realms existed beyond them. He had never imagined that a great thousand world could nurture an existence that even immortal gods couldn't subdue. recalling how the celestial calming god was forcefully suppressed with the entire celestial army being helpless. He felt that his path was still long. He couldn't help but think of the supporting Tao sword venerable from the celestial spirit great world. Could that sword venerable also possess the ability to surpass the celestial gods? Still thinking about the previous battle? Such great thousand worlds are rare. If it weren't for the struggle for the Son of Heaven, they wouldn't have surfaced to meddle in cause and effect. Suyu, sitting beside Zhang Buku, spoke up. He didn't seem surprised by the previous battle. Zhang Buku glanced at him and asked, "By now, the struggle for the Son of Heaven has fully erupted, and you still won't reveal your origins?" Smiling, Suyu replied, "If you are still alive after the struggle for the Son of Heaven ends, I will tell you. Could it be that you are also a Son of Heaven?" Zhang Buku sneered. Suyu retorted with annoyance, "Some things should not be said carelessly. Sangtian above might just bestow celestial punishment upon you." Instinctively, Zhang Buku raised his eyes. Although he didn't show fear, his sudden silence clearly reflected his apprehension towards Sangtian. Looking ahead, Suyu continued, "This struggle for the Son of Heaven is more chaotic than I anticipated. I have a feeling that a great upheaval will occur later." "What kind of upheaval?" "You'll understand in due course. What is certain is that the first decisive battle of the struggle for the Son of Heaven will arrive soon." Suyu's expression rarefied, revealing a look of dread in his eyes, which made Zhang Buku even more curious about what would happen next. Since becoming a heavenly soldier, Zhang Buku had experienced death many times and always revived, making him increasingly fearless, merely admiring the enemy's might. The struggle for the Son of Heaven was already intense enough, and yet the first decisive battle had not occurred. Both worried and excited about the future, Zhang Buku eagerly anticipated the upcoming earth-shattering battles. Time flew by swiftly, and 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The celestial spirit great world had been mostly shrouded by the dark divine sect. Viewed from the universe, the celestial Tao light layer above the celestial spirit great world was largely tainted black, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Over the years, the 9 major sects combined forces to attack the dark divine sect several times, but in the Great War a century ago, the 9 major sects were heavily defeated and could no longer fight, retreating to their individual mountain gates, causing the human world to become much more desolate. With no major sect leading the charge, fewer beings dared to oppose the dark divine sect, resulting in the mortal spirits continuing to suffer, while the number of dark divine sect followers grew day by day. On a continent known as the Dark Holy Land, the Dark Divine Sect had built an enormous sacrificial altar, 100 feet tall with a diameter of over 100 miles. The altar's edges were lined with stone pillars, each binding great cultivators and great demons, all shackled, their arms stretched wide, barely clinging to life. In the center of the altar, thousands of Dark Divine Sect followers gathered, with the Demon Emperor and true monarch Qitian also present, having joined the Dark Divine Sect after being rescued by the Dark Heavenly God. All followers looked in the same direction, where the Dark Heavenly God, shrouded in black smoke, stood with his back to them, gazing up at the sky. Will the Dark God really descend? True monarch Qitian used the sound transmission technique to ask the Demon Emperor beside him, his tone nervous. The Dark Heavenly God was already the most powerful existence he had ever seen, seemingly omnipotent. Such a being was merely a servant of the Dark God, making it hard to imagine the extent of the Dark God's power. The Demon Emperor, gazing ahead, replied through the sound transmission technique, "By now, you should believe in the Dark God's existence. What you should be considering now is how the Dark God will treat us once he descends." Upon hearing this, true monarch Qitian furrowed his brows. After being infused with dark power, they did become stronger, but they were also aware of the negative effects of the dark power. They became more irritable, greedy, and filled with suspicion. The creator of such a power that invoked so many negative emotions was certainly no benevolent being. At the same time, on the edge of the continent, above a sea of clouds, stood more than a dozen people observing the altar. These were all Wuxia disciples, led by Celestial Demon Child and Tian Bai. Tianbai held the white spirit exquisite tower, which emitted a faint light, concealing their presence and hiding their cause and effect. Is the dark divine sect really going to summon the dark god? What can we do? The current dark divine sect is already invincible. If the dark god descends, won't it be the end for us all? Even Ancestor Master LV isn't a match for the dark heavenly god. We have no means at all. In this world, perhaps only our ancestor has the hope of defeating the dark heavenly god. But we can't expect him to act. He's already protected the human world many times. The Wuxia disciples discussed among themselves, most of them being fourth-generation disciples who had participated in many battles against the dark divine sect. Celestial Demon Child did not join their conversation. She stared intently into the distance, hesitating about whether to retreat. Their Tao treasures had all been strengthened by Guan, which allowed them to infiltrate. But no matter how powerful the Tao treasures were, their effectiveness depended on the user's cultivation level. They couldn't rely on Tao treasures alone to annihilate the dark divine sect. Celestial Demon Child turned her gaze in another direction, sensing many powerful auras approaching. The news of the dark divine sect preparing to summon the dark god had spread across the world, naturally attracting those righteous individuals who, despite the risk of their lives and spirits being extinguished, would do their utmost to stop them. Even though the combined might of the 9 major sects couldn't shake the dark divine sect, could these incoming great cultivators turn the tide? Rumble. The ground trembled as a massive pillar of black light erupted from the distant altar, shooting skyward, shaking the celestial vault and clouds, as if connecting to an exotic world. Sir the Novelier, an ET website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing this, the Wuxia disciples grew more agitated, repeatedly asking Celestial Demon Child if they should act. They knew it would be nearly impossible to combat the dark divine sect, but those who dared to come had long put life and death aside. Witnessing the dark divine sect attempting to summon the dark god, they could no longer hold back. What's the rush? Celestial Demon Child shouted sternly, causing the disciples to fall silent in fright. A sword light streaked across the celestial vault above them, disappearing into the depths of the continent in the blink of an eye. It's him! Celestial Demon Child raised an eyebrow, suddenly understanding why Guan valued him so highly. Even from afar, where she stood, she could see that despite being alone, he dared to face challenges head-on. The figure within that sword light was none other than the foremost sword cultivator of this world. Li Ya. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible.